You know, who's to say that this isn't just the stream, just Oblivion music and this logo in the background? How's it going, Cake Man and Faust Lament? Thank you, member, for 4 months. I didn't notice that because YouTube is really bad about telling you about members. Swap the scene over. We are going to be playing some ESO, as the title suggests. And I definitely need to turn this down on my end, because it's in my ears, for sure. This is my character that I'm going to be going through. How's it going, Ophelia? Rocking the Astarion pick, I see, for the profile picture. Yeah, this is my character. We're going to run through the Necrom chapter, which I have not touched as far as the main story is concerned with this character. So, that's the plan for today. Perfect timing. I have 11 yards of fabric to cut up, and now I have something to watch while I do so. Well, awesome. Hopefully we can all get something out of it. I'm going to do my daily crafting writs really quick. They shouldn't take too long. I'll be mad at myself if I don't do them, to be honest. Hope everybody had a good day. I also do play with controllers, so the UI is going to look a little bit different for people who are mouse and keyboard folks. Just going to have a crafting ASMR, basically. How's it going, Nefarious Man?
Have you heard? A high elven woman named the Lost returned Ivea to the Somerset Isles.
So, ESO today had their little, like, I think they call it a direct for Elder Scrolls Online, so they had the Elder Scrolls Online Direct. They talked about the next season of ESO today, and from what I can gather, it's going to be like a sequel to the OG storyline of ESO, which is kind of cool. Alright. Once these get turned in, then we will go to Necrom. I heard that they used the Oblivion Cyrodiil map, not ESO's. Ooh. Okay, that I'll have to check out, because I did not watch. I was at work, so I couldn't actually watch the thing. I've just heard rumors and hearsay, basically. Currently, by the way, it is ESO's, like, anniversary event, so if ever there was a good time to get on, it's kind of around now. You can make a lot of money. Okay. I mean, to be fair, the Cyrodiil map in this game, like, I guess the color scheme of Cyrodiil here could be mistaken for Oblivion, but I doubt it. I feel like if somebody said that they used the Oblivion map, they probably did. But I'm also surprised that I haven't heard that yet. Okay, I'm gonna go to Necrom. And what's the quest? I think I've had it in my inventory for like 2 years. Let's see. And where is the quest journal? Journal, quests, okay. These I can abandon. That I can... I'll keep that one. Okay, I don't have the main quest, so we'll have to travel to Necrom. And funnily enough, I do have the Telvanni Peninsula almost 100%ed. I haven't done too many quests, well, like no quests here. But there was a event that was happening for like the celebration of the Telvanni Peninsula when this area came out, so...
Fate needs you, Proxy.
Yeah. This is the first quest, I believe, in this zone, so we'll just get right into it.
Fate has noticed your talent for altering destiny. Reality hangs in the balance, as does the future of Apocrypha and Nirn. Hence I bring a message from Hermaeus Mora, the one who knows. Mora offers you a purpose, an aspiration dark and heavy.
Purpose? What purpose?
We are bound together by a common danger. Enemies of Hermaeus Mora threaten his realm of oblivion, and in so doing pose a threat to the mortal world as well. Therefore Mora sent me to meet you here, and secure your cooperation.
What sort of cooperation?
Only a mortal proxy can deal with the threat and save both Apocrypha and Nirn. The fates of both realms are linked, and you are the key to preserving reality. Without you, everything unravels. Help avert this disaster, and Mora will reward you.
All right, I'll help. Where do I start?
The one who knows instructed me to give you this, a condensate of planar potentialities. You will not understand. It is ink. Take it to the Ulvano cistern, a ruin near the city. Pour the ink into the water, and your path will become clear.
Tell me about Hermaeus Mora.
Have you never heard of the Daedric Prince of Forbidden Knowledge? The Lord of Fate? The riddle unsolvable? Hermaeus Mora knows everything. He is the wisest of the Daedra. Every secret and all knowledge finds its way to Apocrypha in time.
What's Apocrypha?
I am astonished how little the mortals of our tiny world comprehend. Apocrypha is the realm of Hermaeus Mora, his home and seat of power. One of the countless realms that drift through oblivion. Please, do not ask me about oblivion.
Yep, it's true. They used Oblivion's map a few times. Oh, hell yeah. Also, welcome to the chat, Imperial Knowledge. How's it going? What do you know about these enemies that threaten Apocrypha?
They seem to be servants of other Daedric princes. Rivals to the one who knows. The threads of fate that converge in this region should reveal more. That is the hope, at least. And we are not dealing with just simple cultists. There are others.
What others?
Someone sent the Dusksaber Company to seize relics belonging to Hermaeus Mora from their hiding places in Tamriel. Elite vampire mercenaries commonly employed by Telvanni mages. I expected the cultists. The Dusksabers were an unwelcome surprise.
What were they looking for?
Glyphics. Think of them as crystallized memories. Condensations of notional... I explain too much. I managed to protect Mora's glyphics, with some help. But our adversaries once again move against us.
And who are you again?
I am Laramil, sometimes called the Wise, although that is not a sobriquet I care for. I seek to comprehend the emergent truths elicited by the... never mind that. I am a scholar. A century ago, I struck a bargain with Hermaeus Mora.
So you serve Hermaeus Mora?
I do not worship him, if that is your question. The Prince of Knowledge is an ally and patron. Mora provides me with access to rare and esoteric lore. In return, I undertake various tasks for him. A mutually beneficial arrangement.
That's very interesting. So she's more like a warlock servant than an actual follower. Okay, cool. Well, we will go to the Ulvano Cistern, which I may have... I don't have it unlocked yet. Okay. Well, we'll head this way.
You there! You look like a capable
Nope.
forager. I need some help. Can we talk?
I really hope that the Oblivion remake is actually good, you know? Because they could remake it and it could lose all of its charm that makes Oblivion beloved by like so many people. So I hope they don't make it too bland, I guess. That's a big worry that I've had. Like they might tone it down even further. Oh shit, this is a this is a woodcutting area, and I didn't even mean to find it. Pour the ink in the water, of course. I always wondered what this thing was.
Step forth, mortal. Know that you stand in the presence of Hermaeus Mora. We must converse.
Oh shit. It's the man himself. I had no idea Hermaeus Mora himself was going to pop out of there, to be honest.
Laramil has done well, and brought fate's chosen into my unrelenting gaze. All other outcomes are now excluded. From this moment, fate's ever-branching tree begins to grow again, and with it, new possibilities emerge.
I love Wes Johnson, but it doesn't sound like they're using the same reverb mic that they did in Skyrim. He sounds a little bit different in this Hermaeus Mora take. But again, I still love it. What's this all about?
It concerns beginnings and endings, secrets too dangerous to reveal, and the stability of the threads of fate. Hidden rivals threaten my realm, and thereby threaten all of reality. If they succeed, fate will unravel and doom both our worlds.
Yeah, because before in Skyrim, it almost sounded like he was yawning when he was talking, like, "Oh, Hermaeus Mora." I feel like he spoke with more of like a slur in his voice. I mean, again, it's just different. Yeah, it's not as floaty. Yeah, it's a bit more like normal, I guess. It's a bit more just conversational. Laramil calls you the one who knows. How can your rivals hide from you?
I am the golden eye of fate, and the keeper of whispers. Knowledge and memory are my domains. How this threat eludes me, I do not know. But you are the key to preserving Apocrypha. I have foreseen it, and in doing so, you shall save the mortal realm.
Please do all this in that voice. Oh, Imperial knowledge. I can do the whole stream in this voice. I am the golden eye of fate and the keeper of whispers. Knowledge and memory are my domain. 90% of Oblivion fans quit hoping for a remake before getting an announcement. Yeah, they did. I prefer his Skyrim voice over his ESO voice, TBH. I do too. I am not vibing super hard with this version of Hermaeus Mora. Yeah, I'll be the new voice actor. I do love Wes Johnson though. I think he's a good voice actor, but I think they did him dirty by not putting the correct sound on his voice. At least it's quicker when you need to get through the dialogue a second time. Yeah, but in this game you can just skip through all the dialogue if you want. But maybe they told him to be quicker. Maybe he was taking that criticism into mind. I don't know. How can I save Apocrypha and Nirn?
Let Larabil guide you, as she can perceive the threads of fate without undue mental anguish. They converge in 3 locations, places of revelation. Meet her in the Necrom Bindery, in the mortal city of the same name. Now, let us seal our covenant.
Seal our covenant? How?
The 3 glyphics before you contain the concepts necessary to create a contract to bind us. I submit to this as a promise of cooperation. You may serve as my proxy without fear of harming your own interests. Now, take the glyphics. Combine them.
Tell me more about Apocrypha and its connection to Nirn.
Do you know so little, mortal? Apocrypha is my domain. A plane of oblivion I have shaped to my needs. And this plane, the mortal realm, some refer to it as Nirn. As for the connection, just know that if Apocrypha falls, Nirn will cease to exist.
You know, another thing I think that this is like weird for is because Hermaeus Mora is being so conversational with me right now. Like in Skyrim, he's like, I am an immortal being of knowledge, and like he's just super esoteric and weird, and he's just commanding you, and he's like wielding this power over you the whole time. And in this, it's like he's just asking you for help. You know, it's just a writing problem, I think. And then the stuff that he's saying is like, as for the connection, just know that if Apocrypha falls, Nirn will cease to exist. Like, that doesn't feel like something that the Skyrim writer's staff would have written for this same character, you know? It feels like very casual, conversational, ESO type of dialogue. God, the lore of this questline is so trash, but I do love seeing Herma Domain and all the little sea monster things. Yeah. I want Bethesda to make at least portions of ESO non-canon, like Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. I think that they should pick and choose stuff from Elder Scrolls Online to become canon, yeah. So just Nirn falls, or the whole of Mundus. Thank God ESO isn't canon. Yeah, if Apocrypha falls, Nirn will cease to exist somehow. I guess. I don't know. What exactly are you?
The scholars and mystics of your world call me a Daedric prince. What you see is only an aspect of my true self, for the mortal mind cannot contain the whole of me. This form suffices. Your mind must remain intact for you to be of use to fate.
Yes, ESO is not as thoughtful as it should be. I agree. ESO is pretty black and white with a lot of its storytelling. It's like, Mana Marco's the bad guy, you're the good guy, you get your band of good guys together, and you take down the bad guy. It's not very thought-provoking. FYI, ESO is canon. Yes, Elder Scrolls Online, I'm hoping that was a joke. ESO is definitely canon, though. But ESO is canon. The BGS made projects have incorporated ESO lore, and the ESO team actually has to have everything greenlit by BGS. Yes, it is canon. Somerset was a bit upsetting. I liked Somerset at the time, and as time's gone on after it, I don't like Somerset. The area is very pretty. What do you know about the enemy that threatens Apocrypha?
Precious little. They are shadows that vanish under my scrutiny. Obscure figures that somehow hide from my gaze. It is disconcerting. Never have I been so blind.
Says the guy with like a billion eyeballs. Then how do you know that there's a threat against Apocrypha and Nirn?
Every possible fate unfolds before me. They all lead to an event I thought erased from chance eons ago. If this course isn't altered, Apocrypha falls, reality unravels, and Nirn is destroyed. This enemy eludes me, but you are my secret advantage.
So, okay, question. Do you think they redesigned Hermaeus Mora to look more like the the Doctor Strange Eye of Agamotto? Because that was like kind of popular when this came out. He kind of does look like that. They're talking about fate, like every possible fate unfolds before me. It sounds like the Infinity War plotline, or Endgame, or whatever. How's it going, Omo? Okay, so if this course isn't altered, Apocrypha falls, reality unravels, and Nirn is destroyed. Genuinely, guys, I don't know what happens in the Necrom chapter, so like, I am experiencing this for the first time. So I am going to be reading through and listening and stuff. If you can't determine who they are, how can I?
That is the reason fate chose you. Your instinctual ability to succeed no matter the obstacles placed before you, no matter the odds. Follow the threads I selected for Laramil. See where they lead. That is the key to saving both our realms.
Can't believe what they did to my boy Chodoma. I liked the Morrowind expansion, but maybe I need to replay it with a set of fresh eyes. I think the Morrowind expansion was maybe their best one. I'm not sure I want to sign a contract.
It is for your peace of mind, mortal. I offer to bind myself, to give you the power to constrain my actions, so that you may trust me. The contract also marks you as my proxy. That could prove beneficial in some places you must travel.
Okay. Well, Emerald, Umber, and Onyx Glyphics. Contract with Hermaeus Mora. Mark.
Fate takes many paths, mortal. Find Laramil in Necrom, and choose wisely.
I was looking for an emote. I couldn't find it in time. Okay, well, goodbye. Someone said something about the Elsewhere expansion. The Elsewhere expansion was actually way better than I thought it was going to be. Still wasn't like... I don't know. ESO's writing is never, like, flawless, but, for what it was, I enjoyed it. These guys are like raid bosses, so I'm kind of going around them, but I do want to try to fight one. This character that I'm playing right now is a self-sustain character that it's like a solo build, so I don't know, let's see if we can do it. I should probably eat some food though. There we go. Okay, we'll buff up. Yeah, they are. Very similar. Nothing can calm my hatred for ESO's combat. I don't know. At the end of the day, this game is an MMO, so you gotta treat it like one. But that's not an unpopular opinion.
Advance!
Okay. I mean, we got it. Definitely not as worthwhile as when the event was going on in here. Is that the same voice as Sothosil? It is not. No. The voice actor is Wes Johnson, who does Hermaeus Mora. He's the same guy that did the voice for Mora in Skyrim. They just have a different microphone, I guess, that he's using this time around, and it seems like they told him to speed it up as he's talking. So, bit of a different performance. Okay,
You there! You look like a capable
I don't want this
forester.
guy to talk to me any
I
longer.
need some help. Can we call?
I believe I have music on. Yeah, I do. It was playing. It's just not playing now.
Why am I cursed with such a task?
Okay, I think through here is probably the way we're gonna go.
I heard you were there when Molar Grunder was defeated. Well done.
Also, what
Welcome
build
to
and
my
race are
safe
you playing?
house,
I am
Watson.
a Stamina Sorcerer Orc. So, this is what I look like without my helmet. I'm an old man orc. And yeah, Stamina Sorcerer. We use a lot of sorcerer abilities for AoE. And our main spammable is the crossbow from the Dawn Guard, or the Dawn Guard crossbow from the Fighters Guild skill tree. And every time that we attack on this front bar, we have a chance to get a crystal buff to pop out for crystal shards. And we just throw that thing out for free at 0 magicka cost every time that we proc it while we're spamming our other abilities. And then we've got damage over time with our... I can't really demonstrate any of it right now, but we've got damage over time with our X ability, our B ability, our Y ability, right bumper, and right bumper here on the other bar. So a lot of damage over time. The damage over time is stacked with the Ring of Pale Order. Restore 20% of the damage you deal as health. This value is decreased by 4% per ally you are grouped with. You cannot be healed by anyone but yourself, your pets, or your companions. So essentially, with the Ring of Pale Order, it allows us to be a healing machine with all of the damage over time effects that we've got going on. So we don't ever really need to pop potions unless we want to get, like, unless we're about to die, or unless we need resources back. The scribing knife is a super good spammable, but it's a pain to sustain with. Yeah, I believe it.
Meeting Hermaeus Mora represents a rare honor. The one who knows materializes in a delimited projection. He chooses to manifest before few mortals. The threads upon which reality dangles are precarious indeed. What did Mora impart to you?
Hermaeus Mora said you would guide me.
And so I shall. The one who knows traced 3 crucial events to this area. Investigate each, and he believes we can expose the conspirators moving against Apocrypha. We may even stop them before the ultimate threat takes shape.
What do I need to do at these 3 locations?
I do not know. I was only presented with what was required to bring you to the right place at the right moment. You must determine why fate needs you in each location, then take the appropriate action.
You know where and when, but not what I need to do?
Many possible futures branch from every mortal choice. If we know the consequences of our choices, it changes the outcome. Therefore, Hermaeus Mora tells us only what he must. As fate's chosen, the rest is up to you.
Okay.
The threads of fate lead to 3 locations in this region. The necropolis of Necrom, the old tower of Telrendis, and the town of Alavelis. I shall open a portal to each, investigate them, and return here to the Necrom bindery when you are done.
Alright.
Your choice must be your own, Proxy.
I guess...
Hermaeus Mora was clear about
Oh, I
that.
did want to ask her something else.
There.
Okay, I
3
can...
paths are now arrayed before you. The threads of fate
Okay, what
lead
is
to
this
3
place?
locations in an old bookbinder's shop. Our temporary base of operations in this region. I secured it so we could travel to and from Apocrypha without causing undue panic. I doubt Necrom's authorities would approve of portals to an Oblivion realm in their city.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like Apocrypha pouring into this place, or if we were opening portals to Apocrypha. So we've got 3 portals. I guess we'll go to the Necropolis first.
How can we honor our ancestors if the necropolis is closed?
The abbot ordered the closure for your own good, citizen. Curate Gadain, make sure no one enters.
Prelate? Oh, of course. No one enters the necropolis.
The necropolis is closed? Who ever heard of such a thing?
Something about this doesn't feel right. Sorry, friend, but the necropolis is closed today. And by order of the abbot, it seems. We've never turned away the families of the dead before, but if the rumors about illness are true, plague isn't something to be treated lightly.
Okay, I have to say, the haircut is not working, dude. What illness is going on?
When Prelate Forum and his aides arrived, my fellow Keepers of the Dead were plagued with a strange malady. I was away when the disease struck, and I haven't been allowed back inside since. The prelate said the abbot ordered the closure, but...
Sounds like you don't trust the prelate.
Prelate Forum arrived from the temple, and suddenly my fellow monks fell ill. We were never notified of a visit, and besides, Forum isn't our usual prelate. Never even heard of him. If you can help, I can make sure you're compensated, I think.
I can look into Prelate Forum for you. Also, Lorcan, that haircut is straight out of 2009, is so accurate. How's it going, man?
Fate must have led you here, friend. Prelate Forum arrived aboard the Stormwing. If you can find out where they boarded the ship, it might tell us something. Talk to the portmaster at the harbor, while I deal with any pilgrims that come by.
Speaking of fate, anything happened here recently that could be connected to Hermaeus Mora?
The Lord of Secrets? I hope not. I mean, I suppose Hermaeus Mora isn't bad as far as Daedric princes go. He's not part of the House of Troubles, after all. But trafficking with any Daedra is dangerous business. Everyone knows that.
Tell me more about this illness.
I haven't seen it firsthand. Prelate Forum says the monks are delirious with fever. Now I'm stuck out here, turning pilgrims away, while everyone else is quarantined inside. I think he brought this sickness to the necropolis, yes. Perhaps he picked it up on the voyage to Necrom.
Okay.
Maybe.
I think we're just gonna skip. We're gonna skip the rest of that. Doesn't seem too important. I'm gonna talk to the portmaster here.
Where's that layabout Randus? Absent again.
British Dunmer. Skyrim Dunmer.
Not now, stranger. My assistant never showed up for work today, and I've got my hands full directing cargo bound for both land and sea.
Passengers from the Stormwing may have brought a plague to Necrom.
Plague? That's not a word to toss around lightly. What proof do you have?
The necropolis has been closed because the monks there have fallen ill.
Look, illness is a part of life when you work with the dead. I'm surprised the Keepers of the Dead aren't sick more often. Plague can be serious, but I need more than your word to shut down the port or quarantine the city.
If you let me investigate the Stormwing, I can find the proof we need.
Sorry, I can't let you wander around unattended on a ship under my watch. And since my assistant Randus never showed up for work today, I have no one available to escort you. Without Port Agent Randus or more substantial proof, I can't help you.
You don't want to be remembered as the portmaster who let a plague overrun Necrom, do you?
No, I wouldn't want that. All right. If you're careful and don't touch anything, you can go aboard and take a look around. But if you find anything to verify your claim, I want you to bring it to me immediately.
Yes, I do in fact have a paper that says I can do what I want. It's a very legal binding document. Need to get back into ESO, damn. Yeah, I've taken a long break from ESO, about a year. Year and a half.
Good question. I hear
But,
it's full of skeevers, and it arrived with
man, I mean, if you're trying to get back into ESO, now's probably the best time to do it because it's the anniversary event going on. Hidden Kindred Instructions. My fellow Kindred, as the Supreme Plague Master of our glorious order, I command you to follow these instructions to the letter. Really, the Supreme Plague Master. That's a crazy title. Bring the pestilential lord's implements to Firewatch and meet me at the harbor. We will complete our journey to Necrom aboard the merchant ship Stormwing. Make sure the vials containing the holy miasma of disease are sealed tight. It's important that Periite's breath remains undulated until we share it with the necropolis's misguided monks. I have the robes and cowls you will need in Necrom. I shall pose as a temple prelate, and you will be my attendants. Soon we can search the necropolis unhindered and find what we seek. To the glory of Periite and the hidden kindred, Blightcrown. Wow, yeah. Even crazier to write that title down on paper out in the open. Yeah, in the first room, basically, when you go downstairs. It's me, the Supreme Plague Master. This is my secret identity. Okay, we found a hold key. And then we're going to go into the hold. Last time I played Necrom, just dropped, I think. I believe Necrom was 2023, so that's probably been about 2 years. There's a sack here with a Periite idol. Okay. Honestly, I feel like the first... Oh, this is some guy's summon. Okay. Honestly, I feel like the first note was probably enough. Is this just like a bunch of mushrooms and poop down here? This is gross. First mate Dalmir's journal. Departed Vivek City on the morning tide, bound for Sadrith Mora. A fine morning to set sail. Made port at Sadrith Mora and took on a cargo of muck sponge. Took on passengers at Firewatch, Prelate Farum and his aides, who observe a vow of silence. Strange group, all with scars that indicate they suffered some pox or other in the past. I never met anyone from the temple like them before, and they had a lot of cargo. Crates that smelled like something died inside them. They better not stink up the hold. Rounded that north cape of the Delvoni Peninsula in rough seas. Half the crew was too sick to work today. The prelate and his aides kept to the lower decks. I even found a few of them down the hold. 3 days out of Necrom, the crew's complaining about skeevers. There must be some sort of infestation in the hold. Probably something to do with those crates the prelate brought aboard. I'm going to take a look. Then I'll lock it up until we reach Necrom. Rest in peace, buddy. Mom found the piss drawer. I think the last time I played consistently was after Somerset released. I've gone through different bouts with this game, so like I was really into it when I was in high school. When it first dropped, like 2014, 15, into 16, I played this game pretty consistently. played it a lot when Somerset came out. I think really the big drop-off point for this game for me was Grey March. I actually have not played Grey March before. That's the one... Well, and Necrom. I have not played Necrom. Or Gold Road. Okay, so there's a couple I haven't played. But, yeah, Greymoor I just was not interested in.
You're back. I was worried maybe you abandoned me. If I have to turn away one more family... Did you learn anything at the Stormwing about a sickness or a plague? And did the temple really send Prelate Forum to the necropolis?
Oh, this guy's talking to me in chat, I think. He said, what do you think happened to these people? Are you actually reading the quest? I win, you slow, haha. Hey, hold on. Is it this guy? Guy was roasting me. He's been talking to me a lot. Holy shit. Why do I see you everywhere? You again. That's funny.
If I have to turn away one more family... Did you learn anything at the Stormwing about a sickness or a plague? And did the temple really send Prelate Forum to the necropolis?
Prelate Forum is an imposter. Let's all just let that stir for a second. He's the leader of the Hidden Kindred cult and a follower of Periite.
An imposter? Let me see what you found. I knew there was something wrong the moment I saw the prelate. Oh, I suppose I should call him Blightcrown. What kind of name is that? And what does a devotee of Periite want in the necropolis?
The note doesn't say, but it does indicate they want to search the necropolis for something.
All sorts of relics and heirlooms are stored in the catacombs with the ancestors. And with Periite cultists loose inside, Abbot Ilvel and the Keepers are in terrible danger. We need to get into the necropolis. But how? The main door is locked.
You don't have a key, dude? You must know another way to get into the necropolis.
I don't. Wait. When I wanted to slip out after curfew, I used the cellar that connects to the city's underways. I doubt Blightcrown or his attendants know about it. Meet me in the tunnel behind the necropolis. I think I can get us inside from there.
Hey dude, do you know a way into these secret tunnels? No, I don't. Wait, except for those secret tunnels that lead right into the necropolis. Cool, I'll meet you in the tunnel.
The entrance to the underways is on the west side of the necropolis. You'll find the cellar door in an alcove on your right. I'll post a notice about the closure and join you there. We can't let Periite's cult rummage through the catacombs.
Okay.
I'll meet you in the underways.
Yep, meet you there.
I think my mother will love this urn I'm making for her.
Is this guard playing the pan flute? I feel like if I started playing a pan flute at work, I'd get fired. Is this guy just smoking a pipe? Mulash, you okay? Oh, this side of his face is blue. Okay, he's doing something with the coffin. Never mind. Okay, maybe they're... Well, maybe those two are praying. I think this guy's just playing music. Let's see. I have some strife with ESO, but my desire for test content overcomes that. See, and the thing is, too, like...
Over here, friend. A rarely used trapdoor.
I typically, when I play this game, I get on, I do dungeons, and I don't even, like, engage with the storylines that much anymore. I just treat this game like an MMO. More than an Elder Scrolls game. It's just an MMO that I'm very deeply invested in.
No one around, just as I hoped. The chapel is through the doorway and up the stairs.
Because if I think too hard about some of the quest lines in this game, it really does, like, start to irritate me. I remember one of the biggest things when this game came out was if you if you were playing through the main zone storylines, like for instance, going through the Daggerfall Covenant, Glenumbra, Rivenspire, Stormhaven, Bankarai, Alakir, there are so many quests where there's just like a ghost that somewhere in the quest, a ghost is giving you a quest line. I bought the gold road edition of the game just to tour Tamriel, and I think that's fair, because the environments in this game are really nice. And I've heard also that they are going to be...
right, friend. The door to the chapel is at the end of the hall.
That they're going to be revamping.
Locked? The chapel is never locked. Can you pick it? If not, Curate Zancon leaves his key on a shelf to the northwest.
I want to get in before this guy.
Those sensors, whatever they're emitting, reeks.
Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh.
Destroy the sensors. They're sickening these keepers.
Gross. What I was gonna say before though is I heard that they're revamping some of the OG zones.
Please. They ask so many questions. Please.
No.
Help
I know nothing of Prior Durdren's tomb. Leave me be.
Prior Durdren's tomb.
That's all of them. Let's go check on Abbot Ilvel.
Ooh, Blightcrown's orders. I don't remember what voice I was doing. Keep the censers burning to infuse the chapel with Periite's blessed breath, but use care. Do not exhaust our supply before we find what we seek. Question the keepers stricken by our prince's favor. Where is the relic? Where is Prior Durdren's tomb? What other secrets hide in the catacombs? In their fervor, they should reveal what we need to find the relic. Abbot Ilvel may know more about these topics than the other keepers of the dead. Move him to his chambers, and I will question him personally. Blightcrown.
Blightcrown is with the abbot? His chambers are to the north when we're done here.
Oh, let's see. Too bad I couldn't meet Sotha Sil, because I couldn't figure out which quest led to him. You have to complete all of the Clockwork City's quests.
Destroy
so,
that foul sensor, friend.
Any quest in this game that's pinged with... Oh, I can't, like, move my mouse. Do you see on my screen right now this white quest marker? How it has that black line on it? That means it's a zone quest line. And if you look in the upper left of my screen where it says map completion, it'll say 0 out of 9 of those zone quest lines completed. So this is how we know we're doing the main quest of this zone. When you go into the Clockwork City, you should be able to do something very similar. Clockwork is here. So you can go here and Clockwork City, like explore zone type thing. I'll show you this way. You couldn't do the Clockwork City, then you may not have had the DLC for it. But you said that you got the Gold Road edition. Gold Road would not give you the Clockwork City, actually. It's kind of a scam, to be honest, because they say that it includes all the DLC. But what it does is it includes all the chapters. So it includes the Vardenfell chapter, the Somerset chapter, the... what else? Elsewhere chapter, just one part of it, Blackwood, and Western Skyrim. All other stuff you have to buy. Found out the hard way? Yeah. It's rough. Do you think ESO Plus is worth it? ESO Plus is worth it if you are going to be playing, like, for sure, if you're going to be playing ESO for, like, the whole month, then yeah, because it's $15 and it unlocks all of the DLC and previous chapters from the year prior. So, definitely worth it if you're going to be playing a lot. If you're not going to be playing a lot, don't bother with it and don't waste your time. that. I don't care. Okay.
No, Prelate, stop. Fulcrum Obscura. Durdrin's tomb in the lower catacombs.
Poor Abbot Ilvel. He's delirious. What did he say about the lower catacombs?
Looked like the orc was burning sage. A cleansing ritual can help spirits pass in some cultures. Yeah, it did look like he was doing something with the coffin.
How insidious. Blightcrown made the Keepers of the Dead sick so he could question them in their fevered state. And also he could find some old relic hidden in the necropolis? Why go to all the trouble?
It's part of a plot to attack Hermaeus Mora. I was told that fate sent me here to stop it.
Hermaeus Mora? The Keepers of the Dead have nothing to do with the Lord of Secrets. And I never heard of anything called the Fulcrum Obscura. Wait, how do you know all this? Are you a cultist too?
No, I agreed to help because the threat to Hermaeus Mora also endangers Nirn, you know.
Endangers Nirn? I'm just a minor curate working in the necropolis. Feuds between Daedric princes are beyond me. Still, I want to help. Finding anything in the catacombs will take time. We might be able to catch up with Blightcrown if we hurry.
What kind of relic would be in Prior Durdrin's tomb?
Prior Durdrin founded the necropolis and our order. Abbot Ilvel idolized him. Told me the prior was obsessed with Necrom's history and had received a special charge from Lord Vivec. There's a key to the catacombs in the desk. Hurry, friend.
ESO really is just the Daedra are invading, huh? When you get down to it. It pretty much is. Molag Bal, Hermaeus Mora.
The door to the catacombs is through the
guess,
chapel and to the north. Prior Durdrin's tomb is deep inside.
Aaron's Dagon. Yeah. The Somerset saga. It's also the Silsfeld, yes. Lots of Daedra. I mean, that's the... I don't know. That's one of the problems with setting your campaign... Or your campaign. Your game this far back is, like... They can't really add huge lore to the games. Although they have. But, like... I don't know. They're just like, hey, I guess we'll have another Daedra invade. Because, like, having a large-scale war or something like that would probably be, I don't know, something that would affect the actual, like, history of Tamriel in more of a way, in a strange sense. You know, like, having Daedra invade, it's like, well, yeah, Daedra do invade, so it makes sense that they wouldn't care as much about writing that stuff down. I don't know. It's weird logic that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. How's it going? The Goral next door here. Long term, you can buy to play and still craft if you're stubborn like me and use bank plus housing storage instead of the craft pack. Yeah. I totally agree. I used to buy to play quite a bit. Hey, you guys remember when multiple Daedric princes and dragons invaded Tamriel 2 eras ago? Yeah, me neither. The problem is, with a lot of this stuff, too, is that there's not a solid timeline. Everything in ESO, as of right now, happens in 1 year. But in my eyes, like, obviously it doesn't happen in 1 year, you know? They just need to write that into the lore, but they've been really, really, really lazy about it up until this point, so it all just takes place in Second Era 582. All this happening in 1 year seems utterly impossible. Yeah, it totally does. And it should be utterly impossible. But for some reason, the ESO writers haven't said otherwise. The only thing that we know is that Elder Scrolls Online takes place in Second Era 582. So everything that happens is technically in Second Era 582. Until someone says otherwise. But it's been 10 years and we have gotten no otherwise, so it just looks really stupid. Oh, it changed my quest. Okay, that's why I'm all confused. We should be on Keepers of Fate. Search the catacombs. Okay, so it's leading me into this room because it wants me to get to this door. The side passage is not working, because that's where we came from. Maybe this door? What an exhausting year, yeah. Yep, it's insane. I would like to think all the events of Elder Scrolls, or of ESO, are in the second era. Well, yeah, they all are in the second era. I wish if 2014 was in second era 587 question. Oh, oh, now I'm confused. 582?
Go around.
Second era, yeah, 582 I think is the one. And it's corresponding with our time across the decade. I think that would probably be the best way to do it, honestly. They did that with, with the Alan Wake franchise. Alan Wake 1 came out in 2010, takes place in 2010. Alan Wake 2, 2023, 2023. Okay. The Necropolis Cellar. Is this correct? No, is this where I came from? This whole place looks the same. I'm utterly confused at this point. Oh my god. Dude, when your whole game relies on quest markers, and those quest markers stop working, you literally don't know where to go. Like, I wish that I'd gotten a direction from someone. This guy looks confused too. These sorts of things happen when you hand IPs off to the ZeniMax that is not Bethesda. Well, I don't think Bethesda would do a whole lot better. Oh, it's out here. Okay, there's this... Dude, how did I miss this? Wow. I feel stupid. New DLC is supposed to be a sequel to the base game story. Maybe they will set a timeline now. That'd be nice. The promotional images look cool, I'll say, that I've seen. But, all of Elder Scrolls Online's promotional footage looks cool, so you can't really trust it. Can you ever see them stopping support for Elder Scrolls Online? Yeah, I think when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, it'll start ticking down. I mean, they're really just biding their time here. If we open the map really quick, I'm sure that a lot of you guys are aware of this already, but the map of ESO, everything that has a name over it is a location you can go to. Everything that does not have a name is an area that has not been made yet. So we basically have the Winterhold area and Dawnstar area, and then we've got like Whiterun, and Falkreath is actually in the game. So not Falkreath, but kind of like the Whiterun realm. So we got those two zones of Skyrim, and Solstheim has not been made yet. We've got this whole section of these mountains here between Cyrodiil and Morrowind and Blackmarsh. So that's a zone that will happen eventually. We have most of Blackmarsh, actually. We have the upper part of this Telvanni Peninsula. And we have like all of Hammerfell. We've got Hugh's Bane, which was a DLC from 10 years ago at this point. So or 9 or 10 years ago. It's a really, really old DLC. And that is the last DLC that we got for Hammerfell. It's the last expansion. And Craglorn was added later, to be fair. So originally in the base game, though, we only had the bottom half of the Bankarai region, and we had the Alakir Desert as Hammerfell. So the idea here is that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to take place in Hammerfell, so they don't want the Elder Scrolls Online devs to mess with the Hammerfell region, because that would kind of affect the canon of where places are, if that makes sense. So Elder Scrolls 6 is likely going to be in Hammerfell. Once 6 comes out, then they can start filling in Hammerfell here in accordance with 6. Daggerfall covers the same portion of Hammerfell in here? No. Daggerfall is all up here, basically. But yeah, or not Daggerfall. Daggerfall the game. Yes, Daggerfall covers the same portion of Hammerfell. Yes, it does. It's the Iliac Bay region. On April 1st, I saw a post confirming that Elder Scrolls 6 would have Hammerfell and High Rock together. Yeah, I really don't know how to feel about that. I would actually much rather just see Hammerfell. I think it'd be cool. But yeah, so anyway, once Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, then the ESO team can start filling in Hammerfell regions. They're probably going to do Winterhold or Whiterun next, I would imagine, because those two locations are going to be huge nostalgia bait things. Solstheim will probably come out as a smaller zone at some point. Same thing with maybe this little area here of Blackmarsh. That could easily be like a small zone they add. But they are running out of places. I mean, so much so that they've had to recreate, or they've had to like scan the map of Redguard and find these isles here. The Sisters Isles. Galen and Ephelon and High Isle and Aminos. They had to just invent a new island, more or less. Even though it was previously on maps. It had no lore. So, yeah, and unless ESO decides to go on Akavir when they run out of stuff on Tamriel. Well, look at how many side zones there are, too. You've got Apocrypha, Cold Harbor, Ivea, Clockwork City, Fargrave, the Deadlands, and Artaeum. Like, we've been in a lot of zones that are not on the map because they're running out of spaces. Yeah, Velothi Mountains 2065. Let's go. Yeah, so I think though once we get Elder Scrolls 6 and we get these zones filled in, then ESO will probably start winding down, because I believe, and this is like a very old memory that I have, but I had an old Game Informer magazine when I was like 15. And I remember in one of those magazines, I think, that they stated originally they would love, by the end of this game's life cycle, to have the entire map filled out. And that would be very cool. So, we'll see. Okay, sorry, I was talking for a while. Let me catch up on chat. In a similar vibe to how in Skyrim, how the Dragonborn doesn't become the listener, the guildmaster, etc. all at the same time, but rather the event in those quests happen, but the player character is only there for gameplay. Yeah, basically. I helped a level 250 as a level 3 defeat a boss near Anvil. I barely did any damage to it. He gave me 10,000 gold for the help. I wanted to spend it on skooma, but this game doesn't like fun. Yeah. The thing that I've always said about Elder Scrolls Online is that Elder Scrolls Online is kind of written for third graders. Like, a lot of the plot lines are very predictable. It's very PG in a lot of places. Like, if I had a kid, I'd probably just let them play Elder Scrolls Online. There's really nothing too suggestive in this game. I mean, the realest they get is, like, death and dying and whatnot. Rasul, how's it going? Is it worth playing in 2025? Functionally, this game is really a fun MMO, I think. It lets you experiment in a lot of really fun ways. Like, I was just going over my build in this game, and it's a build that I really like playing. But you kind of have to like MMOs if you are going to play Elder Scrolls Online, if that makes sense. Like, if you're looking to get the same enjoyment from this game as like when you play Skyrim, it's just not that game. You're not going to get that. So, pick and choose. It's all up to you. It's a preference thing, but as an MMO, I will stand up for the game. It's pretty good. Although, with that said, MMOs always want your money. So, if you play this game, it's gonna try to get you to spend money. Peryite's Glory is what those are called. Hypothetically, if Test 6 would take place in, let's say, on Somerset, will Bethesda rely on ESO as a blueprint? Potentially. I think they're setting up a lot of, like the last time that we saw all of Tamriel was back in Arena. So the only real things that have stayed on the map consistently since Arena are, like, general borders and some of the towns. And, like, the capital cities, but it's, I mean, this is a much more high-fidelity version of Arena, right? So I could easily see them using this game as a blueprint for further games going along. Doing good. I was watching your Legends video with Imperial Knowledge. Oh, awesome. That's great to hear. How about you? I am doing well. Got off of work a little bit ago. I went to the gym for the first time in ages earlier, actually. I only went for like 45 minutes, so I didn't get like a crazy workout or anything. But...
Wait. Someone approaches Stovasard. Quick, take the relic.
The relic broke. Still, this portion contains the power we need. I leave our guests to you, Blightcrown.
The time to hide is over. Behold Blightcrown, most favored priest of Peryites. I leave you with a blessing from the Prince of Pestilence.
Okay, let's see how quick we can kill this thing. Pretty easy. I just wish Elder Scrolls Online would stop being a theme park and present more unique storylines. Somerset's particular Daedric plot was not revolutionary, but it was kind of neat. It was, I just think they what's the word I'm looking for? They bungled it in the end, really. Have they used every Daedric Prince in this game now for, like, DLC? Not necessarily, but they have used every Daedric Prince in some sense. I'm not sure the number of quests in this game, but you think about zone storylines, right? Like, let's take a look at Glenumbra really quick. Okay? Glenumbra has 24 quests that are considered part of the zone quest. You can see that in the upper left there. Then you have Rivenspire with 9, so that's 35. 33. Plus another 24, so 48 plus 9 would be 57. Hrothgar with 13, that's 70. Bankarai with 11, 81. Alakir, 91. 98. 104. I mean, that's just like this side of the map, 112. That's 112 quests that are just considered the main quests of the zones of these areas. That is not considering side quests in these zones as well. So you think about how many quests there are alone in Elder Scrolls Online. They have to use pretty much every Daedra at some point. Whether it's a cultist of one of the Daedra, or whether it's some small plot line, or something or other. You know, they've used them all. I mean, they used so many Daedra that they had to invent a new Daedra. So, pretty insane. I'm getting so sidetracked on where I'm supposed to be going. I enjoy it. It's not the worst when it comes to wanting money in comparison to other games I've played. Also, what would be the chances we got to Atmora or the Sunken Isle of Murkmire coming back up? Well, Murkmire is a zone. So, we got Murkmire in the game. But going to Atmora, I think going to Atmora is totally possible. It would probably just be presented as one of the smaller side zones that you go to in the upper ring of the game. Okay, honestly, I'm going to fast travel out of here. This is an irritating place to navigate. Do you think Elder Scrolls 6 will have the Thalmor playing a bigger threat, not Tower Theory? I think so. I think if the Thalmor are not the villain of Elder Scrolls 6, then we've spent 13, 14 years at this point, like, without just wasting our time building up the Thalmor as this big villain. And I don't like having my time wasted. Because the Thalmor are the villains in every piece of side content, basically. I believe they're... Unless I'm mistaken about Blades, but, like, Legends, they're the villain. Blades, they're the villain, so... How do I feel after the gym? I feel okay. It wasn't anything crazy. I just ran on the treadmill for a while. Tried to do some cardio stuff. I've noticed I've been gaining a bit of weight that I don't want. So, trying not to be such a sedentary person. Do I need either of those? I don't. Did you hear about the new class skill line merging for ESO they just announced? No, that sounds cool. Like, if they're allowing you to multi-class, that's actually really interesting for me. As someone who loves doing weird builds and stuff.
You're back. Look, Abbot Ilvel is awake and feeling much better.
Is this the one, Gadain? You saved many lives, friend. Come, talk with me.
I was a big fan of Tower Theory until I saw your video, but I do love the Thalmor, so I just hope Todd doesn't tie their threat to a new mechanic. I easily think that, like, they could have the Thalmor be doing some grand plot still. I just don't think that the Tower Theory is very well supported. I mean, they could do something similar, though. Like, I do really like the idea that the Thalmor are trying to create Aldmeris or something like that. I think it's interesting, but I don't know.
Young Gadain told me of your mission.
It's not super supported. I hope they won't make the Second Great War off-screen. I think they won't. I think they'll let us participate in it, or they'll set it up somehow. I think the multi-classing is really cool, but I am worried about the class identity. Yeah, I mean, if people are just taking, like, the most meta options from each class, like, if you just take the Sorcerer's Crystal Shard, or Crystal Fragments, and, I mean, you could put that on, like, any build and make it good, right? So, or the Piercing Javelin, that could be really good.
Young Gadain told me of your mission for the Prince of Fate, a strange and perilous ally. But I thank you for saving the necropolis. We owe you our lives. What happened in the catacombs? Did you find the impostor who called himself Prelate Farum?
The prelate is actually a Periite priest named Blightcrown. They got away with part of the relic.
Interesting. I know Prior Durdrin cavorted with Daedra, but there was no mention of Periite in any of the chronicles. At least I see that you recovered the rest of the relic. I have no idea what they think it can do, or if it even still functions.
What should I do with this piece of the relic?
Oh, hold on to it, of course. Gadain said that fate led you to us. I can only assume it was because of the Fulcrum Obscura. It must have a role in whatever trials you must face to save Nirn. Yes, my young charge told me everything. He does that.
Was there anything else, Abbot Ivel? Or Ilvel?
Just this. I am in no condition to help you recover the relic. None of the Keepers are. Well, none except Gadain. I will send our young curate with you.
Oh no.
Search out these villains, put a stop to their scheme, and recover the Fulcrum Obscura.
I don't want to travel with Gadain.
Gadain, go with this adventurer. Retrieve the stolen piece of Fulcrum Obscura. You need to see more of the world anyway.
Go? But... Yes, Abbot. I'll do it. Friend, a word, please?
Yeah, sure.
I never traveled far from Necrom. Barely left the Telvanni Peninsula, and that was just one trip to Mournhold with Abbot Ilvel. The Abbot has given me a mission, though, and I mean to complete it. Just tell me what to do, and I'll follow your lead.
Okay, meet me at the old Necrom Bindery. I'm working with someone named Laramil the Wise.
The Necrom Bindery? I thought that place was abandoned. Of course I'll meet you there. Oh, and the Abbot authorized me to give you this.
Okay. The Mortal Chill.
Your work here is done.
Oh, we can just use a
Potsy.
portal to go
Still
to the next one. Cool.
That dark elf also bears the mark of fate. I shall speak with you momentarily, Curate. Fate's threads still lead to 2 other locations. Choose another portal, Proxy.
Talk? To me?
Yeah, you definitely gotta leave your hometown. It was on screen.
Come,
The war will be
Proxy.
18 guys
Fate
fighting and
dictates
getting
that I
stuck on a
join you at
rock.
this location.
Yeah, if they don't ever update their engine, for sure. And even, like, I don't know, when it comes to big scale battles and wars, I don't know if I've seen a game that's done it well in like a, I don't know, in like a first person RPG style. You know, it's hard to capture the scope of a war when your character is in first person. It's much easier when you have like a third person RTS or strategy kind of game, you know. A great war, like strategy, like Halo Wars type game, that could be kind of cool.
The threads of fate draw both of us to this place, Proxy. Telrendis, once the home of a powerful Telvanni magister named Meln the Mouthless, but now abandoned. From what I could ascertain, no one knows what happened to the wizard of this tower.
I think Elder Scrolls 6's main quest would benefit from giving us a more personal enemy than some godlike big bad, like a Thalmor agent that keeps trying to hunt us down. I would agree. I think that was one of the big problems that I had with... I don't know if you guys played Borderlands 3, but Borderlands 3 tried to have... well, if you played Borderlands 2, like, Handsome Jack is the famous villain from that game, obviously, and he was a fantastic character, and he was very personal, and very, like, affable and likable, and but also so hateable at the same time, you know? And then they tried to one-up that in the next game by giving you the same thing with Tyreen and Troy Calypso, and they just both sucked. What I think they should have done instead is have, like, micro-villains, or more like, maybe have a cause that you're fighting for, right? Like, in Elder Scrolls 6, you don't have to have maybe one big bad guy that you're fighting, but you could be fighting the Thalmor as an organization, and then maybe there's many different Thalmor agents, or there's like a bandit chief that you have to fight during one of the levels or something like that. I don't know, but keeping the same villain consistent for the whole game, I mean, maybe we could break tropes, I don't know. About Dagon, was he always like he is in the games, or was he different during Lig? Lig is such a poorly defined part of the lore, it's really hard to tell because we don't know a whole lot about it. A lot of what we know about Lig comes from Mankar Cameron. We know that it was based off of a stain that happened on one of the maps while the writers were on a break or something like that, like a coffee stain. So Lig is very... yeah, just very ill-defined, very esoteric. Hard to tell. Everyone seems to like Somerset, but I remember hating it for some reason. Yeah, I've had mixed reviews on it as time's gone on. My favorite ESO character was Khajiit Thalmor Agent, and he was very close with the Thalmor Queen. Yes, Razum Dar. He's a good character. I feel like I'd rather smaller detailed battles over key points, but don't have a scripted victory. If you lose, have a chance to take it back. Yeah, that could be fun. Okay, is that why we're here, to find out what happened?
That has yet to be determined. One of the strands of fate revealed to me converges at this location. More than that, Hermaeus Mora expects us to learn for ourselves. Of the 3 sites, this one requires that I be on hand to assist you.
Why is this place more important than the other 2 sites?
I never said it was more important. Just that fate requires both of us here. More than that, we shall need to determine. I do sense a lingering presence, a connection to Apocrypha. Help me investigate this place and Hermaeus Mora will reward you.
Okay, where do we start?
I wish to survey the tower and its grounds. The threads of fate hang over this place like cobwebs of possibility and consequence. Let us explore the center of the compound and see where those threads take us.
Yeah, multi-classing is coming. I mean, that's so cool. I'm excited. I think that'll open up builds a lot. I wonder, like, could you respec a character and then multi-class them? Because I have so many characters that are already
Master Shell ready. The tower's defenses continue to oppose us.
Meln was thorough, I'll give him that. Any word from the tower?
No progress yet. I'll keep you informed.
See that you do, Captain. You there, come forward. You aren't with the Dusksabers.
A Telvanni master. Speak with her, Proxy.
Hold on. I should be leveling up my companion. We'll do Isabel.
I'm at your service.
Yes, ma'am.
I expected to have Telrendis all to myself today, and you're certainly not one of Captain Zenfis's vampire mercenaries. So, who are you, and why have you come to this tower?
Well, I'm Baragrok Groshrub. We've heard the place was abandoned.
Abandoned, yes, but not without its defenses. Telrendis is a dangerous place, Fla. I advise you not to interfere with the Dusksabers, and it seems Meln the Mouthless left Telrendis well protected, as my mercenaries can testify.
Meln the Mouthless?
Oh, the Telvanni Magister who owned this place. He's been missing for decades. The old fool possessed a book that I very much want to add to my library. Scavenge if you will, as long as you understand the book is mine. Now, why are you really here?
Yeah, Hermaeus Mora sent us to investigate this place.
Indeed. You don't look like a Daedric cultist. Running errands for Daedra is frowned upon in most lands, but I appreciate your honesty. My Dusksabers are stymied, and Meln warded his tower against other Telvanni such as myself. Perhaps you can help.
You know what's kind of odd is that we just believed Hermaeus Mora without any evidence or proof. Right? Like, he just asked us to help him and said that if Apocrypha was destroyed, Nirn would be destroyed, and then we just left it at that. Like, what? What kind of help do you need?
Find a way into the tower and breach Meln's defenses so I can recover the book I seek. You can then attend to your business with the gratitude of a Telvanni master. So what do you say? Do we have an agreement?
We'll help find a way into the tower.
I suggest you begin with the old Telrendis Hall, to the southwest of this camp. Captain Zenfis reports that his Dusksabers are having a difficult time there. If you can succeed where they have so far failed, I will make it worth your while.
Okay. Have you seen hidden kindred cultists here, or a Dremora named Torvasard?
There are no cultists here. Only my Dusksabers, and the defenders Meln the Mouthless left behind. But I'm curious about how you are acquainted with Torvasard. Where did you encounter him?
Torvasard worked with the hidden kindred to steal a relic from the Necrom necropolis. You know him?
In some quarters it's impolite to ask about such things. I'm a Telvanni master. I know many Dremora. My dealings with them are not your concern. But if you must know, I had no part in whatever happened in Necrom.
Okay.
That Telvanni bears watching. But the tower remains the crux of our investigation here. Let us find a way in.
Good quality there.
Thanks, Isabel. Just stuck? Okay. I was really hoping when companions first got announced that we'd be able to, like, design our own companions. But it's okay having them be pre-written characters, I guess.
A magical ward seals that door. What happened here, mercenary?
What happened here? The ward killed my comrade. Not easy to do to a Dusksaber. I thought we had little to fear from old tricks and traps, but look what happened to my comrade. Dead as the last swit who stepped out of line across the Dusksabers. Speaking of, who are you and what are you doing here?
You can have a custom companion with a friend. Somewhat. I mean, you can't quite customize your friend. But I get what you mean. Master Shelrani sent us to help open a path into the tower. Tell me what happened here.
Nalia tried to push through the ward on that door. The note over there suggests that something in this room disarms the trap. Clearly, she guessed wrong. I think this strange lens is part of the puzzle. We found it by the note.
A strange lens? What does it do?
Here, you take it. We obviously weren't able to figure it out. I'll be damned if I try to use it again. If Shelrani sent you, by all means, be my guest. I'm just going to stand back here.
How's it going, Vivi? I miss ESO, but it is an expensive game. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to keep up with unless you've got ESO Plus, which I don't have. I paid for the Necrom version of this game, and then I have a few DLCs here and there. I'll see if I can figure out how to dispel the ward.
Lenses such as that can reveal hidden things. Look through it, Proxy. Look for anything glowing. That should be the switch to dispel the ward.
Okay, Meln's to-do list.
Add more summoning circles in the courtyard. Servants could be spies. Dismiss them. The door leading to the portal in Tel Rendis Hall is sealed with a ward of my own creations, a destructive resonance. Dispel switch deactivates the ward. Remember, it's disguised. Use ghost sight lens before touching anything. Banish the cook. I know she plans to poison me. Encrypt book. Hide it. Encrypt and hide it. I can't trust anyone.
The ward is gone. Master Shelrani must be informed at once.
This is our opportunity. Lead the way, Proxy.
Oblivion Gate opens up in the current town or city you live in. What do you do next? I go full-on Argonian mode, and I charge in there with some of my buddies, because we'll all know how to stop it. Gotta find the Sigil Stone.
This portal should take us to the tower.
I probably opened the Oblivion Gate because I don't like it here. Fair enough, honestly. I'm right there with you.
We have reached the lower level of the tower. There should be more portals to take us higher, Proxy. Let fate renew your vigor, Proxy.
Do you guys know about the city of Ione in Elder Scrolls lore? I-O-N-E.
You dare enter the Tower of Melf, Magister of the Telvanni? Turn back or be destroyed!
A spirit. Ignore it and keep going, Proxy.
Rings a bell, but I can't say I know it. So Ione is it's a city that's only referenced in the Elder Scrolls books, but it's like one of my favorite stories in all of the games.
Liar shall ready barrow. Provoke me at your own risk, intruder.
Interesting.
Like every good
the spirit
story,
seems
your
aware
tale
of Master
just grows in
Shelreni's
the telling.
attempt to access the tower.
Okay, a lot of talking there. So, Ione, though, it was a town. It's named after Captain Ione, who was a guard captain in the Imperial Watch or Imperial Army or something like that. And they had a fort set up in this location, and the Mythic Dawn opened up a portal at their location. So, Captain Ione and his men charged into the portal, and they destroyed the gate from within, but they never made it out. So the city became named Ione in his honor, and in honor of the men and women who went in with him. And since it was already a fortress, it's been built around that Oblivion Gate. So there's somewhere in Cyrodiil, there's a town that's gotten bigger and bigger over the years that's had an Oblivion Gate basically as the reason that it exists at all. Because more and more people started coming around the gate, setting up like shops and whatnot to help out the men inside of Ione.
As if murdering me wasn't insult enough. Now she sends you to steal my book. Prepare to face the fury of Moon the Mouthless, Magister of the Telvanni. Or we could have a nice chat and discuss this like civilized people.
A reasonable request. Speak to the spirit, Proxy.
That was like a Marvel movie scene. Yes, that was in the novel. That's Prince Atribus Mead. He has a like a getaway villa at Ione.
If there's one thing I learned in death, it's how foolish the living can be. I know all that passes in my home, intruder. I heard your bargain with that so-called Master Shelreni Barrow. You have given my murderer access to my tower.
Master Shelreni murdered you? Why?
Why does the Telvanni do anything? Ambition, power, greed. 20 years ago, I stood in Shelreni's path. An obstacle to the higher rank she craved. She requested a meeting. Instead of negotiating, she killed me and tried to steal my prized possession.
If you were dead, what stopped her from stealing this possession of yours?
Oh, just all the contingencies I had in place. With my last breath, I banished her from the tower and set all the wards and defenses. They held perfectly well, until you mucked everything up. She'll have no trouble stealing my black book now.
Dude, you literally had a piece of paper in your entryway that explained how to dispel the ward. What are you blaming me for, man? Yeah, Black Book.
The Tormenting Eye, a tome of forbidden secrets. I see Hermaeus Mora's mark on you and your companion. If you don't know about the Black Books, she can tell you more. Shelreni Barrow is careless in her pursuit of power. She must not possess my book.
Yeah, actually, Lorcan, true. If you're a Telvanni, you signed up for this. If she defeated you, then she clearly earned all your stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just how the Telvanni work, man. You're kind of being rude about this whole thing. I should really read the novels. They've been staring at me for too long. They're pretty good. They're very, they're definitely very teen, young adult novel style books, but there's some cool topics in there. Also, this guy's beard, I hate to be super nitpicky, but I'm also just a nitpicky person. This guy's beard looks like shit. What are you asking me, Meln? Like the way that it connects to his chin. Do you see that they had, like, it looks like he's got a beard under his big beard is what I'm saying. But yeah, what are you asking me, Meln?
Two things protect my book. The spell of illegibility I cast upon it, and the fact that without my aid, it will take her time to break the spell on her own. Still, I'd rather she never get her hands on it. Stop her, and I'll find a way to reward you.
What book would you suggest starting with? The first one in the series. It's a 2-book series, so the second one follows the first. So you want to start with the Infernal City, and then Lord of Souls is next. I've read Infernal City, I think 3 times, and I've read Lord of Souls actually just once. So I do plan on going through those books soon and like highlighting stuff, because I do want to do a video on those at some point. How's it going, Shred Ched? Howdy. Yeah, okay, I'm going to discuss this with Laramil.
The thread becomes clear. Hermaeus Mora sent us to recover the Black Book.
The Black Book is mine. And with this soul gem, I also have this miserable spirit. Meln comes with me.
And I thought this day couldn't get any worse.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
I knew a Telvanni master would be formidable. Come, Proxy. We have plans to make.
Okay, okay, I have problems with that. Because if he ever gets used in that, like, a soul gem's not just like a place where a soul can hang out, is it? It's like you're trapped in there, and then as soon as your energy gets used in the soul gem, you're sacrificed to go to the realm of the ideal masters. So if that dude's in a soul gem right now, I mean, he should be like fearing for his life. He shouldn't just be like, oh, this day sucks.
The threads of fate here are tied to 3 things. Master Shel Rennie, Meln the Mouthless, and the Black Book. That was the connection to Apocrypha I sensed here. Black Books are creations of Hermaeus Mora and his realm.
Tell me more about Black Books. Yeah, Black Soul Gems weren't invented yet.
Black Books are relics of Apocrypha. Each holds a different secret. Most are kept in the vast libraries of Hermaeus Mora's realm, but he sometimes gifts one to a mortal. In addition to forbidden knowledge, each serves as a portal to Apocrypha.
How many Black Books are there?
That is a secret the one who knows has not yet shared with me. I can count the number of Black Books I know about on one hand, and each is unique. Only one copy of each book exists. This is the first I have heard of one titled The Tormenting Eye.
Okay, so what now?
We must free Meln the Mouthless from Master Shel Rennie's grasp and retrieve the Black Book. But to do that, we need more information. Look around, Proxy. If Meln was indeed murdered here, there might be proof of Shel Rennie's villainy.
Okay. Actually, that's how the plot of Redguard used them, though that wasn't with a special gem. Gotcha. Or that was with a special gem. Okay. I mean, that's interesting to know. Letter to Magister Meln Rendis. Magister Meln Rendis. At the instruction of Shel Rennie Barrow, Master of Tel Barrow, I send this letter directly to you, as you still have not yet appointed a mouth to handle your day-to-day affairs. Master Shel Rennie requests an audience with you at your tower, Tel Rendis, to take place tomorrow at first light. At this time she shall present her proposal for finally putting an end to the animosity that has clouded your interactions these past few years. She wishes to prove to you that her intentions are well in keeping with the low-standing traditions of House Telvanni, that she deserves to be awarded the rank of Magister and would seek your support in that matter. Finally, she would like the opportunity to negotiate a trade or purchase for an item in your possession, an ancient tome titled The Tormenting Eye. It is of no use to you, but of great importance to Master Shel Rennie. She will arrive at your tower tomorrow morning to conclude this business. Vabdru, mouth of Master Shel Rennie Barrow, the Assembly of Masters at Old Isra.
That letter from Master Shel Rennie's mouth. That meeting must have been when Meln was murdered.
Oh, that's why he's Meln the Mouthless. Okay, that makes more sense now. I like that.
A letter and a murdered Magister.
Dude.
I know what we must do, Proxy.
This is Dark Brotherhood armor, is it not? Is that the Dark Brotherhood motif? No, okay, never mind. That's Telvanni light armor, I think. That makes much more sense. I think it was the blood that was spattered on there. Looked a bit like that. But no, if we're doing Telvanni... Oh, I guess I don't have the Telvanni unlocked. I have 2 ESO accounts, so I forget what I have on both of them. Oh, that's not Telvanni light either. Oh, sick, the Infernal City looks like it's free on Audible? Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. The soul involved also became an ambiguously sentient sword after a failed resurrection. Soul gems are strange. Yeah, soul gems, I think, suffer from a lot of the things in Elder Scrolls and the fact that they're somewhat ill-defined.
Meln the Mouthless let down his guard and paid the ultimate price. His body has remained here forgotten and undisturbed for decades because he preferred solitude above all else. Now Master Shelrenny has both Meln's spirit and his Black Book.
You said you know what we need to do?
To recover Meln and his Black Book, you must find Master Shelrenny, and the letter you discovered explains how to do that. Go to the Assembly of Masters at Old Isra and question Shelrenny's mouth, Vabdru. He shall know how to reach her.
And you aren't coming.
No. Here our paths diverge. I leave Mouth Vabdru and Meln in your hands. While you pursue the spirit, I shall research the Black Book and contemplate the other threads of fate. I must determine how this factors into the threat against Apocrypha.
Okay, what do I do after I locate Master Shelrenny?
Master Shelrenny has trapped Meln's spirit in a soul gem. You must retrieve that gem or destroy it. Go to Old Isra and find Shelrenny's aide, Mouth Vabdru. He must have an office in the tower called Telvara.
Okay.
This portal leads outside. You must travel to Old Isra from...
She sounds like an Enwa. She is a total Enwa. The soul involved also became... Oh, I already read that. I'm just waiting for ESO's take on Battlespire. Honestly, they'll get to Battlespire eventually. They will.
My master wants you to convey this message to Master Shelrenny. The Assembly will not tolerate threats or coercion.
These rumors disturb the other masters. Shelrenny must moderate her ambition before the Assembly takes action.
I will relay your concerns to Master Shelrenny.
Holy shit. This is the biggest plot twist there is. Mouth Vabdru was a Khajiit the whole time.
Forget what you heard, stranger. Master Shelrenny cares not what the other masters think of her, or how difficult she makes things for me. So, what brings you to Telvara, the Tower of the Telvanni Mouths?
I need to talk to Master Shelrenny. Where can I find her?
Master Shelrenny never comes to Aldisra. Telvanni masters rarely do. I expect she is at her tower Telbaro, but I would be a poor mouth indeed if I let you pester her at home without asking what business you have with her.
Don't you recognize me? I was assisting Master Shelrenny at Telrendis. She's waiting for my report.
Ah. Master Shelrenny doesn't discuss her work with me. Very well. Take the Telbaro insignia from my office. You'll need it to unlock the wards. Otherwise, you'll never get through the cavern to reach the tower. She takes security quite seriously. My office is through the north door and the insignia is behind my desk. Use it to unlock the wards in the cavern, or you'll never reach the tower. Telbaro is hard to find. Look for the cavern of the tower east of Old Isra. The tower is inside.
Okay. Did you hear about the EU legislation about microtransactions? I did, yeah. Well, I don't know, has there been any development in it? Because I heard that that happened a little bit ago. At this point. More stuff to read. Holy shit. Take the insignia. We'll take his journal. Okay. Too much to read. Letter to Mouth Bob Drew. I can do this one. Oh, this is from... what's her name? Shelrenny. I must say I was disappointed by your last letter. A mouth must keep the politics of old Isra from interfering with their master's more important work. If I must address the frivolous concerns of my rivals, what purpose do you serve? If they continue to insist that I am in fact doing something wrong, which is impossible under Telvanni customs and traditions, then have them call for a conclave. Once that occurs, I will deal with my rivals once and for all. In the meantime, do better. If you disappoint me again, I'll skin you alive and turn you into a fur-lined cloak. Master Shelrenny Borrow. I feel like a lot of the threats in Telvanni society are very, like, knife-themed. But, you know, just blast them with a lightning bolt. You guys are Telvanni wizards. I don't think there's been much movement on it besides companies pushing back and justifying their shady practices. Makes sense.
Hold on. Headed to old Israel.
Companies do what companies do, you know?
Side by side!
And try to make money. Knife theme may be targeted at the back. Yeah, exactly. You know what would be really cool to see is like in an Elder Scrolls show or movie type theme, like seeing bound weapons. But like, you know, in a show I could easily see like bound dagger being something that you could throw. That'd be really sick.
Oh, nice. What did you find? Be nice to get off my feet.
The Dream Carvers, they're an arrogant lot.
They need to bring back spears and thrown weapons. That would be so sick. Yeah, I agree. More weapon varieties would be great. Like, playing Baldur's Gate 3, as much as I have, has really been fun to, like, do all types of different builds with all the actions available in that game, you know? Like, you can throw weapons in that game, you can do all types of shit. Okay, Sentinel's Lash. Do not need that. That is a beginner level item. And I picked up all this Void Steel, and I have not deconstructed it. Grab that. Okay. Captain Zenfis. I don't remember talking to this person. Oh wait, was this the chick with the mohawk? Do you play any D&D or TTRPG stuff outside of Baldur's Gate? I do. So last stream I was actually talking about how I'm writing a Elder Scrolls campaign for D&D right now that should be played on the channel at some point in the near future. Very excited for patch 8 to come out so I can throw my axe as a barbarian. Yeah, you could do that. You know what I've done recently, actually? You should try this build out. It's really fun. I play around with builds in Baldur's Gate all the time. So there's this build that I did. I think it's 5 levels of Warlock, and then it's 7 levels of Barbarian. And it's really, really cool because you get access to spells from Warlock that that don't require concentration. So you could do Armor of Agathis and Mirror Image, and then you can rage. So like you Armor of Agathis at the beginning of your day, and then cast Mirror Image as your first move in combat, so that takes your action, and then you can rage on that same turn. And then you have, you know, plus 9 AC, plus 15 temp HP, and and you're raging. It's really cool. And you could throw your weapon too, because you're going to be using your charisma as your attack stat. You're going to be using bound weapon, or bind pact weapon to bind your shit, and then you can throw that and have it come back to your hand. So yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, I used that build on my last run. I just completed an honor mode run. I had 2 Spore Druids. Well, two Spore Druid mixes in there. And then I had that build, and I'm trying to think of the last character. I did just like that OP Gloomstalker Ranger, Assassin Rogue, and then like 2 or 4 levels of fighter. I think it's like, might be even 3 levels of champion fighter.
I'm with you, my friend.
Just an absolutely disgusting build. Wife and I uninstalled ESO after the skills announcement. Time to move on. The skills announcement with the Gold Road, like where you were able to modify skills. Because I actually don't own Gold Road, so I haven't played around with that at all.
We need the right hidden within the tormenting eye, or else all is for naught.
Gloomstalker Assassin Rogue Fighter was the best, or was the build I went with for my Drow Girl. Yeah. It's such a goated combo. Correspondence from Torbasard. Your efforts, I'm just going to read it myself. Your efforts in Alavelis have been noticed and appreciated. Soon we will have a door into Apocrypha that even the Great Eye will not see. Blightcrown and his hidden kindred are personally handling the situation in Necrom. I can safely say we will soon have the relic and the door into the realm of knowledge and secrets. Notify me as soon as you acquire the Black Book and attain the right. Remember, everything must be ready at the proper time. The princes stand ready to assist you in dealing with your rivals as soon as the last arrangements are completed. Torbasard. Nope, they announced all classes get access to all skills. I think that's a cool change. I don't know how it'll play out, but I think it'll open up a lot of builds.
This is not the end of our tale.
1 base skill line and access to 2 more skill lines from 2 other classes. Yeah, I'm fine with that, honestly. I think that's a cool addition. Maybe you could limit it to 2 base skill lines, and then you can multi-class into 1 other thing, but I don't mind it at all.
Before Shelreni comes back. I see you were able to follow the clues I left in my tower. But you took your sweet time. I can't defy Shelreni much longer. If we're going to get out of here and keep me from complying with that lying murderer, you must do exactly as I say.
What do I need to do?
My spirit is bound to the soul gem Shelreni used to capture me. Disentangling the connection will require more time and expertise than you have. So simply take the gem and leave. Without me, she may never be able to unlock my Black Book.
Where is the Black Book?
Shelreni took the Black Book with her, but without my help, she'll have to unriddle it page by page. The labor of days or weeks, not hours. If she can even accomplish it, she's too fond of the easy path to power. It will be her undoing someday.
What does Master Shelreni need the book for?
She doesn't need it at all. She's in league with a Dremora, Torvasard, and a pair of Daedric princes. There's apparently a rite contained within the book they want her to cast. In return, they'll give her what she wants. Control of House Telvanni.
Control of House Telvanni. That's crazy. I'll get the soul gem.
Can you hear me? With the gem in your possession, I can come and go as I please. Now use that portal and let's go.
Drew Gowen gifted 5 Dareloth memberships.
Yes,
Drad was gifted a membership by Drew Gowen. Willem Killian, My Maudlin Career, 80% Thoughts, and The Frog Enjoyer were all gifted memberships by Drew Gowen.
There's a supply sack just
Well,
there.
thanks a ton, Drew. That's awesome. Means a lot, man. Alright, let's talk to Meln.
Yes,
here.
this will do nicely. Let's discuss our arrangement, my chariot of flesh and bone. Being dead and incorporeal isn't how I plan to spend eternity. But being with you is 1,000 times better than remaining in Shelreni's clutches. And we delayed her plans for my black book. Now, tell me about your dealings with Hermaeus Mora.
Hermaeus Mora chose me to help save Apocrypha and Nirn from opposing Daedric princes.
So, end of the world stuff. Well, that's something interesting at least. Obviously, you're going to need the help of a Telvanni Magister. Luckily, you have me.
God, this guy's a Marvel character.
Mind you keep my gem on you at all times. I can't help you save the world or advise you on matters of import if I'm not on your person. Unless I manifest, only you can hear me. Oh, and I can lend you certain abilities, such as my ghost sight.
Okay.
Tossed in your pack? I expect you to find a nice silk pouch for my gem at the first opportunity. Now, let's be off.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Stendarr is with you. I can feel it.
Mm-hmm. Big Stendarr worshiper over here. Okay, I'm gonna go clean out my inventory really quick, because it's kind of a mess, and then we'll get back on track.
Open for business.
Yeah.
Is levitation legal in ESO, since the adventures depicted predate the events of Tess Oblivion? Yes. Yes, levitation is legal. Probably the dumbest shit that they've ever done. It's the Levitation Act.
Red Mount.
Actually have a lot of companion items.
It will be nice to see Castle Navir again.
Yeah, okay, I'll just sell all this stuff. Could Levitation make a comeback since they created the whole zero-G system for Starfield? I feel like there's opportunity there. There definitely is opportunity there, actually, but who's to say that Bethesda will actually allow you to do that? Because the big reason that they got rid of Levitation is because it was a way to like sequence break their levels. They didn't want people flying out of their cities and seeing all of the unloaded stuff as well. So, because you think about a game like Morrowind, right? Morrowind, the only city that's like a locked-in area and isn't part of the map is Mournhold, which is a DLC. But everything else in that game, you just come and go as you please, so it doesn't really matter if you're levitating, because you're not going to see unloaded stuff outside of the map. But when you switch to Oblivion and Skyrim, which make you go through a load screen before going into a city, it's going to make the game look worse, be immersion breaking. So if they can figure out a way to not, I don't know, if they can figure out a way to make their games better. What am I looking at? What is that?
Fine goods at fair prices.
Holy shit. Willing to bet levitation and acrobatics/athletics will come back in some form. I would love to see it. I'd absolutely love it.
On the move.
You look...
I'm a weirdo and want the various languages back as skills. I feel like it'd be cool, like, it'd be a cool thing to choose at the beginning of your game if your character can read certain stuff. It'd be very cool for world building, but I don't know if that should be a skill, you know? Like a linguistics skill tree, maybe, but Daedric as a skill or something like that. Probably not something that we need. Okay, so Fate's Proxy is going to take us here. That about multi-classing is crazy to me. Tess has always been freeform with character building. I think some people really like the way that the classes work right now, though, and it might really screw up PvP. So if you're more of a PvP person, I could understand being upset about multi-classing, but I don't know. We'll have to see how they integrate it, I guess.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
If attributes come back, there should only be a few of them. Otherwise, I'm actually okay if attributes don't come back. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm fine with the base, what, 7 that we had as attributes. I think those were fine. Learning different languages to increase persuasion or interactions with NPCs of different races could be cool. Yeah, that'd be really cool. There's one game that I played that I've talked up a bunch. It's called Pentiment. It's an Obsidian game. And Pentiment allows you to choose like your character's background at the beginning. You can choose what essentially your character went to university for. It's a game that takes place during like the Renaissance era, 1500s-ish. But you get to choose like where you studied for your university, so you can touch base with different cultural cultural touchstones from the time. So like for my first one, I said that I studied in Italy, but there's also the option to study in, I think, Spain and England as well. Are the other two, or I don't know. Amsterdam might be one of them, but really cool. Really, really cool game.
Mortal, why do you bear the mark of the Great Eye?
Oh god. What is with the voice acting in this DLC, man?
Mortals. You scurry around, obsessed with your petty affairs, and then you die. But you bear the mark of Hermaeus Mora. Have you come to replace me in my task? That would be typical. Wait. Were you sent to help me with the cultists? Before you die?
I want to kick this thing. How's it going, Joe Mama? Tell me about these cultists.
Not much to tell. I just arrived myself. This mortal served the Great Eye, but he died before he could tell me about the other Daedric cultists that scamper about. They're creating an intolerable contradiction in reality. Makes my tentacles ache.
A contradiction in reality?
Something here undermines a fate recorded by Hermaeus Mora. Likely foolish mortals trying to change what has already been written. To fix this, I could use some help. It's common knowledge that mortals prize gold. 8 men, I'll give you some.
Where are you keeping that gold, Scrut? Or Scroot? This Daedra sounds too human. Yeah, and that was the same problem that we had with Hermaeus Mora when we were talking to him earlier as well. Sounded a bit too human, too conversational. Okay, I'll help you. Where do we begin?
I'd prefer to sit back and wait for entropy to claim us all. But I suppose we must do something. Let's survey the town. See if anyone survived and try to determine what the cultists want here. Oh, and despite my size, I'm good in a fight. You'll see.
Nihilistic Doomer Daedra. Okay. Well, let's go. I think it is cute. I just didn't like its attitude.
No more dreams. No more nightmares.
What a horrible noise you mortals
That could be
make.
helpful.
Where's it coming from?
Is there any Vermina content in the Elder Scrolls Online? There is a bit. Yep.
You don't want to do this.
If I'm not mistaken, Vermina gets roped up in this DLC a little bit.
No, stay back. I need to wake up. I have to.
I reckon if you grabbed one of its tentacles, you could throw it a hell of a way. I think so too, Duke.
Buy a lady a
so
drink
too.
at the next inn?
Are you real? Not another one of those awful dreams. And you look undisturbed. Don't you hear the terrible whispers?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is Vermina right here. Tell me what happened to her.
It started when a stranger came to town, a Tilvani master. She offered to purchase the old glass mine. I thought it was too good to be true. The mine closed years ago. But she offered us a chest full of gold, and the village elders accepted it.
Master Shelreni Barrow?
You know her? Master Shelreni didn't stay long, but she sent an overseer who started hiring workers immediately. Master Shelreni said she wanted the mine reopened as quickly as possible.
Okay, what happened next?
Everyone in the village was given a job in the mine. Then others came. Masons and additional laborers, we thought. Then the dream started. Nightmares. Toiling in the darkness. Working to cut malachite and stone for an arch and a statue.
What arch and statue?
In the dream, they were building an arch in the mine while we dug out the glass and stone. What wasn't used for the arch was sent to restore a statue. At least that's what the overseer said. We woke each morning exhausted, hands bloody.
Where's everyone now?
I don't know. But listen. The overseer and his workers, they're Daedra worshippers. They rounded up the villagers and took them away. I hid. Check the Green Glass Inn. The cultists commandeered it. Now please, I need to get out of here.
Okay.
Nightmares. Sounds like Prince Vermina, all right. We should investigate this Green Glass Inn.
Yep, there we go. Okay. I feel like Hermaeus Mora and all things related to him should be eerie and unpleasant. This little helper just seems too fluffy. Yeah, Hermaeus Mora seemed way too friendly, and this thing seems friendly and yeah, kind of like, I don't know. It seems just like a a depressed middle schooler. It doesn't really feel like a Daedra.
How disappointing. Another name that overpromises and underdelivers.
Just started playing ESO and I love
might
it.
as well
So
look
glad I have
around.
this stream to get me through this night shift. Hell yeah, man. Welcome to the stream. Okay, Master Shelready. Okay, Alavelis, I think is how you say that. And this is someone talking. I guess I'll just go to my default British voice. Master Shelready, our work here in Alavelis nears completion. The hidden kindred have followed your instructions carefully. The gateway will be ready as directed, and the stone you requested to rebuild the sacred statue is now on its way to the destination you provided. The prince's shrine will soon be restored to its former glory. The Dremora, Torvasad, has arrived. He wants us to prepare to join the incursion into Apocrypha. He tells me he will soon know exactly where we need to go to find the door he saw in his dream. I'm not sure I trust an unaligned Daedra, but our prince has ordered us to obey him. For the glory of the Dreamweaver and the Prince of Pestilence, Kindred Rector Nileth.
Master Shelready. Are you familiar with this mortal?
Ah! I should have guessed Shelready Barrow was involved in whatever happened here.
Okay. Upstairs. Hermaeus Mora in the Dragonborn DLC actually came off as disgusting and tricky, yet what he offered was really tempting. Well, yeah, that's the thing with him, is like he's just vile and repulsive. Yeah, in that DLC, but you kind of are forced into working with him. In this one, he comes up to you and he's like, "Don't worry, I'll bind myself to you. Do I have consent to enter into a contract with you?" And it's like, this is not the same guy. Kinri Vril. I purchased a glass mine in the village of Alavelis. Our hidden kindred allies will construct an arched gateway there using the mystic qualities of malachite ore, the compounds provided by Prince Periite and Prince Vermina, and my own specially crafted spells. This will provide the portal we need to enter Apocrypha without drawing the notice of Hermaeus Mora. Bring your dream carvers to Alavelis and wait for Torvasad's signal. Do not strike early. We must secure the relic and the rite before we search for the door from Torvasad's dream, or the Prince of Fate will perceive his peril. Deal with any loose ends in Alavelis as you see fit.
The Dreamcarvers plan to strike at Apocrypha? Oh, that must be the disturbance in fate that brought me here.
This guy kind of sounds like an anime boy. Oh, the Dreamcarvers plan to strike at Apocrypha? Oh no.
I assume this would turn out to be some pointless mortal delusion. A minor.
Oh.
Here, mortal. Let Apocrypha smite your foe. I assume this would turn out to be some pointless mortal delusion. A minor contradiction easily resolved. But Oblivion gateways and Daedric shrines, and plans to invade Apocrypha? Ugh. This might take longer than I thought.
Ah yes, we can totally escape sight of the one Daedra whose realm is literally knowing all things, and whose form is having multiple billions of eyeballs. What do you make of the two letters we found here?
Clearly, the cult used the mine to construct a portal to Apocrypha for the express purposes of invading my master's realm. They also sent stone to restore a Daedric shrine, most likely one devoted to Periite or Vermina. But who's Master Shelready?
Elder Scrolls Isekai confirmed. I met Master Shelready at Tel'Renda's. She has one of Hermaeus Mora's black books.
Black books open doors to Apocrypha. So why do they need a gate? Still, Telvanni masters are powerful. That makes her dangerous and important to the Hidden Kindred. But why go to all this trouble? It's impossible to sneak past my master's gaze.
The letter mentioned a relic and a rite needed to find a door. Blightcrown got the relic in Necrom.
Blightcrown sounds unpleasant. But doors in Apocrypha lead to secrets. Something this Torvasard saw in a dream? Is that why Vermina is interested? I suppose we should check the mine next. I hope I don't get hacked up, Reconstitution is irritating. Most of the time, the research I undertake is wasted. But my study of the area indicated that the mine runs underneath the village. Never heard of him. The letter we found claims he's an unaligned Dremora, working with Vermina and Periite. And with Master Shelreni, too. It's highly unusual for a Dremora not to be dedicated to a clan or a prince. Not mention of a dream.
What about Torbisard's dream?
Another contradiction and a flood of discrepancies. Daedra don't normally dream. Not like mortals, at any rate. Not even the Dremora, who consider themselves above the rest of us. I may need to look into this Torvasard when I return to Apocrypha.
Okay. Well, now that the plot is unraveling, I'm pretty sure I know where this is all going. So, we'll just see if it all plans out. I mean, the way that, like, the way that these Elder Scrolls Online chapters work is that the first chapter is never fully complete until you finish the next part. So I'm guessing this DLC is going to end with us freeing Athelia, and then I'm going to have to play the Gold Road to get any more actual content out of this.
Here we go.
The glass mine is over here. I've been shot.
Strike! Now!
Because I think the gate they're talking about is in the trailer, is it not? In that first Athelia trailer from like a year ago at this point. I do not understand how mortals can act out in Oblivion realms if the princes have full control. One thing that's important to note with like princes, because I think that people, I think people tend to think of them as like omniscient, but they're not.
We're still standing.
You know,
be proud of that.
just because they're, man, I wish these two would shut up.
Under the right conditions. A good choice for building a gateway to Oblivion.
Sure. One thing with Daedric princes, though, is they're not omniscient, they're not omnipresent. Like, you know, just because they're worshipped as gods doesn't mean that you should get them confused with the way that people worship their desired god. Like, a lot of people, I mean, specifically like Christians here I'm talking about,
Get moving.
you know, have the belief that their god is all-powerful, all-seeing, and whatnot. But that doesn't necessarily mean the same thing for the Elder Scrolls of Daedra.
Let
So,
smite your foe.
are they not omniscient in their own realms? I don't believe so. Think about it like the realm being their body,
Mortals should have the
and
decency
you being
not
like
to
a
leave their
flea
empty
on their
husks
body.
flying about. An arched gateway.
You know, they might
It's
not
active.
recognize it initially.
But I can detect the lingering energy of Apocrypha in the air. It must have closed recently. Look around, mortal. We need more information before I attempt to activate this gateway. Contradictions cling to those tools like void ticks adhere to a watcher's tentacles. Leave them for now. We need to deal with the gateway.
Okay, I'm tired of reading stuff in Master Shelreni's voice, but... Oh, do I have to actually read that? Is that going to tell me something?
This is bad.
Nope.
But at least we have the invocation needed to activate the gateway.
An obscure invocation. Where did Shelreni dig it up, I wonder?
If there are Elder Scrolls, does that mean that there are Young Scrolls? I mean, do a quick Google search of Young Scroll, or sorry, not Google. Do a quick YouTube search of Young Scrolls and you'll find out.
I suppose we have no choice. We need
the
to
man, the
activate
myth, the legend
gateway
right
and
there.
follow Hermaeus Mora's enemies to Apocrypha. Such heroics aren't usually part of my duties, but so it goes. Did I use the wrong words, mortal? My investigation is incomplete. To find out what the hidden kindred seek in my master's realm, I must follow them. Apocrypha can be overwhelming. Ready
Okay,
yourself,
activate the
mortal.
gate, blah blah blah.
Now what was that invocation? Zepheliarch's Fane.
Let's go.
Behold, Apocrypha. Don't look up, mortal. I understand your kind find our sky disturbing. Let me see. Head south. They went that way.
Now, I do have to say, with Apocrypha,
Here we go.
this place is designed immaculately. It is really cool.
Music will never pay off the debt now.
Watcher. The invaders can't be too far ahead. Husk hasn't dissipated yet. The trail continues to the west, mortal.
It's fun to think that while the Vestige is having his adventures in Apocrypha, Mirak is chilling somewhere. Yeah, I really thought Mirak was going to get brought up in this DLC, and then they never touched on it. Which is a little upsetting, honestly. I shouldn't say they never touched on it, but...
Oh, why did you do that?
Yeah, I felt bad about doing that. I shouldn't have done that. But they do kind of touch on him. Oh, this person's in a fight. I'll help him out.
I take no pleasure in killing. Shining Steel!
Oh, he's fighting one of the Seekers. Oh shit, I got insta-killed. What the hell?
You're not alone. I'm with you.
I am a vessel of the Great Eye. Call on me.
Uh-huh.
Here, mortal. Let Apocrypha smite your foe.
Destroy!
Oh, I don't have my food buff up.
Trey, going to be a tough fight.
Is your companion voiced by Laura Bailey? You bet your ass she is. It's like if Serana was a gallant knight instead of doomer goth vampire chick. If one of the princes takes over Tamriel, does it disappear and become part of their planet? That's a good question.
Your allies, but I won't allow any more of you to enter the catalogue.
This should be interesting. I was never allowed to visit the Tranquil Catalogue before.
Pardon my impertinence. Now I see that you bear the mark of Hermaeus Mora and travel with one of the Great Eye's watchlings. Have you come to aid us, stranger?
I agreed to help protect Apocrypha. Tell me what happened.
Invaders forced their way into the Tranquil Catalogue. I think they were devotees of Periite and Vermina. But how could that be? And Dreamcarver Dremora accompanied them. They killed or drove off my fellow ciphers.
Who are you and what is this place?
I am a humble cipher, a mortal scribe in service to the Great Eye. This is the Tranquil Catalogue, a register and index of the contents of Apocrypha. Hermaeus Mora's enemies could wreak havoc with the information stored here.
Where can I find these invaders?
They scattered once they broke into the catalogue, but two headed toward the Pool of Inquiry. A Dreamcarver Kinreeve and a second Dremora with markings the likes of which I've never seen. Please, you bear the great...
Okay.
The Pool of Inquiry? I know the way, mortal.
Would Mirak still be a willing agent of Mora at this time? Oh yeah, absolutely.
Invaders in
Mirak
the
has been
Catalog?
a servant of
Calamity. The way to the
Mora
Pool of Inquiry is straight ahead.
Oh, I've been in here before. Yeah, this is a dungeon. I think I've been in here. Oh wait, we got to go into Apocrypha. Well, maybe not, but I remember the books.
Light Crown serves Periite. but orders the hidden kindred to work with Vermina? Strange allies indeed. The invaders shattered the portal's seal. We need to follow them to the pool of inquiry. I was afraid of this. The invaders use the sacred tears. These portals lead to the shrines where we can find more of the sacred tears.
Shrines and tears? Bah! Even the tolerable Daedra relied too much on serum. Never did like Spider Daedra. Cruel and deceitful creatures. I'm not surprised to find them among the Dream Carvers.
Here, mortal. Let Apocrypha smite your foe.
I hope I was of some assistance.
Hermora is the Great Eye's name among the Khajiit. Gather the tears, mortal.
Okay. Speed run, basically. The Dremora are highly hierarchical. I wonder who their highest leader is and why that leader isn't a Daedric prince themselves. They just seem to work for the various other princes. Yeah, I've always assumed, and I mean this might be deeply incorrect, but I'd always kind of assumed that they were crafted by individual princes themselves, but I don't know. That's always been my headcanon.
Be careful. Dream Carvers and Hidden Mortal. Let me aid you.
Side by side.
The Aliens called my master here, Mamora. Pity they're long gone. I found them interesting.
Yeah, me too, kid. You're on a couch somewhere listening to Hermaeus Mora recount a play-by-play of your actions.
It's like, dude, guess what, Virak? He's actually helping me out.
Here, mortal. Let Apocrypha smite your foe.
Yeah, I just like straight up asked him.
Mortal, let me aid you.
No, none of the contract stuff that you and I had to do.
More of the invaders.
Not eternally
Don't
bound
take
to me
forever
at
to put
all.
the catalog back in order. I am a vessel of the Great Eye. Call on me. The mortals of Skyrim know the Great Eye is her Mamora. Gather the sacred tears.
Why are you giving me,
I'm not
like,
jealous at all. Now take the tears and place them in the pool.
cultural lore on Hermaeus Mora at every one of these portals? Oh, he's gonna come back, isn't
See
he?
how the pool reveals our goal? Tranquil Archives.
No, never mind.
Enter the pool and it will take us there.
Okay. Oh.
The Tranquil Archives. One of the main repositories for Hermaeus Mora's glyphics. We need to find the invaders, Mora.
Ah, this is the glyphic. Now I know where to find the memory of the dream your prince helped me remember, despite your predilections, Realm.
Prince Vermina commands me to punish Mora's servants, clanless. So I do.
Excessive and pointless, but I have what I came for. I'm leaving.
Do what you will. I'll deal with our eavesdroppers.
Oh, hey, we got one of the iconic little folding bridges. Hey, goodbye, Torvasol.
You will beg me to keep Vermina's nightmares fight beside me,
Closer, mortal. A smack from Fate's tentacle can free you.
A smack from Fate's tentacle. Okay.
You survived. Perhaps this will be a challenge after all.
I don't know what a smack from Fate's tentacle is referring to. Am I going over here? Hello? Cesar Gonzalez, thanks for the $5. Why is the protagonist of the next Life is Strange following you? Because I paid ZeniMax $30. That's the short answer. Okay, what was said to me? Seriously though, thank you for the super chat. I have to get smacked by Fate's tentacle? Roll free. For those who don't play ESO, his health bar is currently full yellow, so I can't hit him or do damage to him. So this is cool. I guess I'll just let him kill me. Skyrim diversity of enemies was lacking. Hopefully they'll fix that in Test 6. Yeah, I would hope so. There's not that many things to fight, unfortunately. How the fuck will they reference all the madness of the ESO plot in Test 6? I think what they're gonna do, honestly, is, I think they're gonna pick and choose stuff to be canon. They're almost gonna have to, because there's simply just too much shit in this game. I mean, as I was going over before, there's like thousands of quests in this game.
Be careful.
So it would be very, very hard to make everything
Get back on your feet.
canon. Are the way shrines in ESO lore accurate that you teleport across places and realms? I have never thought that that's the case, but it might be.
You will beg me to keep their meanest nightmares fight beside me,
A
mortal.
smack from Fate's tentacle can free you.
Okay, yep. And then we did that. Okay.
Perhaps this will let us see how you handle a night terror.
Let me hit you with a tentacle, mortal.
Okay, so we were just glitched. Cool.
Focus your mind. Stay with me.
Possible. No mortal can best me. I will remember you.
Cool.
I suppose I need to activate this bridge for you. It would be easier for both of us if you could just float. Torvasard has already accessed the knowledge preserved in this glyphic. We should find out what it contains. 3 tomes emerged from the glyphic. Read them, mortal.
Let's read Secret of the Tormenting Eye. Only a single line of text appears when you open the book. A black book for a dire purpose, the right necessary to unlock a secret most dangerous and best left forgotten.
Tormenting Eye? That's one of my master's black books.
Only a few lines of text reveal themselves when you open the book. For a thing forgotten is not a thing that has never been. It becomes a secret possessed by one alone, the inevitable knower, the Lord of Secrets. Those who once knew that thing may dimly sense its absence in uneasy dreams. Know that a place exists in his endless realm where the Lord of Secrets preserves the memory of every forgotten thing.
Torvasard said he was trying to remember a lost dream. He believes he can find it in my master's realm.
Least all forget, spake the Daedra. To thine realm we may not come, nor thee to ours. Within their own domain each prince is sovereign. Only by invitation may another manifest within. And so matters have stood since.
The Pact Primordial prohibits Daedric princes from entering another's realm. But that's hardly a secret.
Cool.
These tomes were reluctant to dispense their information. I wonder if Torvasard learned more. Let's discuss this, mortal.
That Dremora stole whatever was worth knowing here. Nothing left but the meaningless fragments. See what the Watchling makes of all this.
You know, with the many paths being now a thing, I have to ask, do all the paths have their own Kalpa? Or the many paths exist in one single Kalpa? You mean like the 6 walking ways? I expect ESO to be referenced in a few lore books minimum, maybe just one for each major faction. Lore books for sure. I do wonder if we'll see like a Molag Bal Dolmen somewhere still.
Glyphics endure for eternity. I've never heard of any erasing themselves before. Very strange. Do you understand the text that remain, mortal? I found the words very disturbing.
I'm not sure. What did you make of the 3 books?
One concerned the Pact Primordial. Could they be seeking a way to subvert that ancient restriction? The second mentioned lost dreams, such as the one Torvasard seeks to recover. It told of a place in Apocrypha to find such misplaced memories.
But the exact location wasn't in the lines of text that remained.
No. But we have to assume Torvasard learned the location before the text faded away. The final book referred to one of Hermaeus Mora's most infamous black books, The Tormenting Eye. It said it contains a rite for unlocking dangerous secrets.
Master Shelreni has the Black Book. Tell me about the significance of the Pact Primordial.
The Pact refers to ancient laws that bind the Daedric princes. No prince may physically intrude in another's realm, everyone knows that. Well, perhaps not mortals. That they sought out the tome tells us something important.
What does it tell us?
The invaders found a way to enter Apocrypha undetected. Perhaps they hoped to open a path for one or more of the rival princes? That would be disastrous. There's nothing more we can do here. It's time to exit the Tranquil Catalog.
Okay, meet you outside.
One moment and I'll conjure up a portal. It appears we're in no immediate danger. We can speak here, mortal. I've never faced such a convoluted contradiction of fate before. While we learned the cause of the incongruity, I wasn't able to make the necessary corrections, unfortunately. At least we chased off Torvasard and defeated the Kinreeve.
Is there anything else I can do to help, Scrut?
You want to help me? What a strange mortal you are. But resourceful. I'm not sure I would have learned anything at all without your assistance. Here's the gold I promised. You earned it. This problem bears contemplation. I'll find you again soon. Farewell. Wait. My master, Hermaeus Mora, wants to speak with you, mortal. He will use me as his vessel.
Okay.
Know that the Prince of Secrets addresses you, chosen of fate. I can observe through my watchling's eyes, speak through them, even act through them when necessary. You and Scroot uncovered a threat before even I became aware of it. That concerns me.
Torvasard and the Hidden Kindred found a way to enter Apocrypha undetected.
But you and Scroot were not fooled. For that, I give you a gift, so that I may better aid you against this ongoing threat to my realm and yours. I will make this watchling available to you for the duration of our agreement. Now, Laramil comes.
It is weird that they didn't allow Wes Johnson to voice Sheogorath in this game, and I don't know why that was. I have a feeling there's something we don't know about their relationship at the time, maybe. Like, they might have been thinking of pulling a Kojima and David Hayter and, like, kicking Wes out of the Elder Scrolls for a minute there. I don't know. It's weird. Because the guy they got to voice Sheogorath, I mean, I don't want to be a dick, but I really don't like his performance in this game. So, I think Wes would have been a much better option. Okay, another portal.
I came as soon as I heard Proxy. I knew what Hermaeus Mora predicted, but I never truly imagined invaders in Apocrypha.
Apparently they just didn't ask him.
We have examined
Oh,
the
weird.
threads of fate, and learned much. Return to the Necrom Bindery and we shall determine our next steps.
Laramel the Wise? You know this mortal too? Then understand that agents of Vermina invaded my master's realm.
Ah, one of Hermaeus Mora's examiners of contradictions. Reality is in jeopardy, Watchling. We can use every ally we can get.
Remember, kids, always check cabinets and dressers when you're playing ESO. You could find an Imperial motif. Also weird, given that they used him multiple times in Legends. Yeah, they had him voice Sheogorath in every game that's not this one.
Of corpses.
Never heard it called that before. But yes. Yes, I do. Would you like a tour of the catacombs?
Perhaps later. Hermaeus Mora's proxy returns.
Ah, of course. I'm sure the two of you have much to discuss.
The thing that I really didn't like about the guy in this game is that he's far too high-pitched for me, and he's given terrible things to say. Like, all the just cheese jokes, oh my god. They are relentless. Like, he's just... It feels like a mockery of Sheogorath in this game. Kind of like what you said before, Lorcan, where it's like, it feels like a, ESO feels like a, what'd you say, a parade or something of previous Elder Scrolls stuff. Like, that interpretation of Sheogorath just feels like, oh hey, do you remember the Shivering Isles? Do you remember when Sheogorath said this in Skyrim? Well, he's gonna say it again, but less funny. Yeah. Too mania, not enough dementia. I'd agree. I thought the guy they got did an okay job, like in a vacuum. I think he did great, but it feels almost like a Flanderized version compared to Wes. Yeah. Jeff Baker voiced him in Morrowind. Yes, I did forget about Morrowind.
3 labors were set before you, Proxy. Now Vermina, Periite, and Master Shelreni stand revealed as our foes. I have been speaking with Curate Gedane. I find him intriguing.
Well, I did want to activate an XP scroll. I think I have one of those somewhere. Yep.
3 labors were set before you, Proxy. Now Vermina, Periite, and Master Shelreni stand revealed as our foes. I have been speaking with Curate Gedane. I find him intriguing. But I wish to hear it from you. What did you find in Necrom Abbey?
Periite's cult infiltrated the Abbey. Blightcrown stole a relic from the catacombs.
Just as Gedane told me then. The Fulcrum Obscura. The hidden kindred are well named. Although I understand you prevented them from escaping with the complete relic. Let us move on. What happened after we parted ways at Telrendis?
We can use every ally we can get, but don't ask Miraak. He's an asshole. That is kind of how it feels. Miraak also... I mean, to be honest, Miraak would try to leave if you let him out of Apocrypha. From what I understand, Miraak has not left Apocrypha since he first got sucked in there by Hermaeus Mora. Like, he got tricked so damn hard. He's basically just been like, you guys know the Collector in Marvel? Like, just like in the comics, how he just like collects shit. That's kind of how it feels like Hermaeus Mora has been treating Miraak for eons at this point. Just as like a vanity piece. So, I don't know the exact deal that they worked out, but like there's a quest in Apocrypha in this game where there's someone... Yeah, he's in a display case, yeah. There's a quest in Apocrypha in this game where you go into a ruin called Choir's Wind, and you can read some stuff. about how Mirac is basically like outsourcing Hermaeus Mora's scribes to get information because he can't leave. He's not allowed to leave anywhere. I think he's just like... I think Hermaeus Mora just likes having a Dragonborn. Yeah, if they open the box, he loses the vintage value. Yeah. But I don't think there's any evidence to support that he's left Apocrypha before, so... Just something interesting. I think they could have done something cool with Mirac, though, if they put him in this game. Okay, I rescued Meln from Master Shelreni. Without him, she can't easily decipher the Black Book.
Black books serve as doorways into Apocrypha. A master such as Shelreni Barrow likely has other ways to reach Hermaeus Mora's domain. So why is this particular book so important to her? What did you find in Alavelis?
Alavelis. Daedric Princes should be scary once more. I agree. I think they've... I mean, ESO has especially made them way too friendly. You get to meet Mephala and Clavicus Vile in person in Somerset, and they're just, like, very chummy with you on the whole time. When you run into Barbas, he's just, like, a blumbering idiot, which I don't know why they gave him a Brooklyn accent in Skyrim, but, like, he wasn't dumb in Skyrim. In ESO, they literally made him, like, act like a dog. So that was always kind of stupid to me. Yeah, Nocturnal is a joke in this game. Hermaeus Mora seems to really want to be my friend for some reason. Despite me putting in very little effort here into this relationship. Azura directly talks to the player character in this game at a couple occasions. In Skyrim, he was voiced by Mark Hamill, right? No, he was voiced by Wes Johnson, the same guy that's voicing him now. I don't know if scary is the right word. Maybe unapproachable would be more apt. Depends on the prince. I would like, yeah, unapproachable I think is a good blanket term for all of them, but I do think that, like, Vermina should be scary. Like, Mephala and Boethia should probably be a little bit scary. Molag Bal should definitely be scary. You know, Hermaeus Mora should be an eldritch, creepy, Lovecraftian guy, not like pinging me on Facebook. Dragonborns do absorb information from the dragon souls they consume. Maybe Mora considers having a Dragonborn like a special bookshelf. Maybe. That's a cool way of putting it. Yeah, that's interesting. Vermina's servants built a gate to Apocrypha so they could break into the Tranquil Catalog.
Able to invade Apocrypha unnoticed and break into the realm's master index. Our enemies are bold and capable, it seems. 3 different locations and 3 different schemes. They must be connected, but how? What are Mora's foes trying to do?
Teryite has been affable since Daggerfall. I do forget that I think, well, all the Daedric Princes are in that game. Most all of them, I should say. With Jigalag and Athelia now. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely depends on the princes. Like, they don't all act the same. You know, you gotta kind of think of the D&D lawful evil, chaotic neutral. I can't think of the name of it, but that sort of, like, punant square is the only word that's coming to my head. Hermaeus Mora's enemies are searching for a key, a rite, and a forgotten dream.
Ah, I believe I see.
Alignment
the
chart,
relic
thank you.
Must be the key. The secret Vermina's servants sought in Apocrypha is the location of the dream. And the Black Book is needed for the rite they plan. Clever. Someone put them up to this. But who?
Like, realistically, Sheogorath should be chaotic neutral. But lately, he's been played strictly as chaotic good. Since around Oblivion, right? He's been pretty chaotic good. The Elder Scrolls Online made him more chaotic evil, actually. Which was really interesting to see. And it's like the first time that we've seen that in a while, but it's stuffed away in a game that barely anyone played. So then you get back to ESO, and he's like a happy-go-lucky elf of a man. that's not intimidating or, you know, anything really. The end of the DLC, or the end of the Mage's Guild quest line, I do find it kind of interesting. Like that his plot line the whole time has been deceiving Velast and making her crazy. But he himself is not super intimidating, I guess. But yeah, so you've got all different types. I'd say there's a lot of, like, lawful evil might be Molag Bal. I don't know. That one's a little bit tricky for me. One can argue after joining with the Hero of Kvatch, he had a slight character shift. I suppose so, but you really shouldn't, because the Hero of Kvatch mantled them, and that process is you walk like them until they walk like you, right? So it's really like there should be no difference between the two. You both become the same entity. Like, you sort of become Sheogorath in that instance. Malakath is sort of lawful evil. Yeah, there is like a literal code of Malakath, I suppose. Dremora named Torvasard plotted with Master Shelreni, Blightcrown, and Vermina.
Ah, yes, Torvasard. Well done, Proxy. Now we have a name for the spider at the center of this web. Key, right, and dream. These are the threads we must follow to unmask our foe's true goal. Take this, with the thanks of Hermaeus Mora. I have been conversing with Curate Gadain. I find him interesting. But now we must return to the business at hand. The fates of two worlds depend on what we do next, Proxy. Shall we proceed?
Reminds me of a guy who claimed that there was no proof that the gods were real in Tess. When it was stated that the Daedric princes talked to you in person, he claimed that they were no god, or that they were no gods. Wild. It's like that woman in Oblivion, like Elsa God-hater. She's just like doesn't believe in the gods or something like that. She turns out to be a Mythic Dawn sleeper agent, but I guess not even sleeper agent, but she's just like a, I don't know, hidden cultist. Why did the Hero of Kvatch choose to mantle Sheogorath? There's a couple of different reasons. Sheogorath really just kind of asks you to. The predominant theory, and this is not really portrayed in the game, which is unfortunate, but the predominant theory is that while you're in the Shivering Isles, you slowly yourself are just becoming crazy from being in there. And that, I mean, you ally yourself with Sheogorath. He asks you, Haskell really asks you to become Sheogorath at the end to get his final few artifacts. But Sheogorath does straight up just say, you need to become me in order to save this realm. And by that point in the storyline, your character has been in the Shivering Isles for a while. You're like the Duke of Mania or the Duke of Dementia or Duchess, respectively, at that point. So your character, it's fair to say, becomes insane throughout the course of the Shivering Isles DLC. But because Oblivion doesn't really have a robust dialogue system, that's not really explored very well. So yeah. Bal can be neutral evil, orderly only when it serves him. Yeah, it's just that, yeah, I mean, he's got to be evil for sure. I think only the player slowly goes crazy in the Shivering Isles. I think for everyone else, it's pretty quick. Yeah. For certain. And there's different levels to being crazy, right? There's like, I mean, you can have weird ideas and people might call you crazy, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're clinically insane, right? But he could not have refused. Well, Oblivion, again, is not good on choice. I think if Oblivion was made by a different studio at a different time, because you got to remember Oblivion's a 2006 game, and it's made by Bethesda Game Studios, so they didn't really give you the choice to refuse to become Sheogorath. You become the Mad God at the end of the DLC, no matter what you do. Have you determined what the Hidden Kindred plan to do with the relic? Have you determined what the hidden kindred... Yeah, okay, sorry. I was reading that as if the hidden kindred was not a proper noun. Have you determined what the hidden kindred plan to do with the relic and the right?
I admit the particulars of their plan currently elude me. Clearly they believe the relic, this fulcrum obscura, and the rite are key to remembering the dream they seek. To stop them, we must learn more about the dream and the secret it holds.
How do we do that, Laramil? Laramil?
We go to Apocrypha. The stacks of Cypher's Midden contain the most extensive collections of tomes and treatises in all the known realms. If answers to our questions exist, we will find them there. Will you continue to aid me in this endeavor?
Yeah, I'll go with you to Cypher's Midden.
The portal in the room downstairs connects to the endless library of Apocrypha. Once there, head northwest and meet me at Cypher's Midden. Our research begins there. Since Curate Gedane is intent on recovering the relic, he shall accompany us.
Okay.
Curate Gedane, are you certain you wish to accompany us?
Absolutely. The relic is my responsibility. Let me just grab a few essentials. I'll be right back.
Fate provides the aid we need, Proxy. We will meet you at Cypher's Midden.
Okay. Your opinions are finish the DLC or don't? Finish the Shivering Isles? I would definitely say you should finish the Shivering Isles. It's a great DLC. Yeah, I would agree, Duke. It's the same as saying you can't choose to kill Dagoth or Mankar Cameron or Alduin. From a gameplay perspective, you can just not do those quests, but for the sake of the story, that's what happens. Yeah. In terms of mantling Sheogorath, I mean, I think at the end of the day, I mean, kind of like what Duke just said there, it doesn't really matter what you as the player do, because the canon that's been established is that you do mantle Sheogorath. Man, someone just left. Oh, never mind. Okay. Never mind. I thought that there were just worms in there. I didn't see the silk. But yeah, the canon idea is that the player character becomes Sheogorath. That's what at least the fans have considered to be canon. I forget if there's ever been an official statement on that. But there's implications in Skyrim that kind of confirm that. And you are literally called Sheogorath at the end of Oblivion, so... Yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter what you as the player do, because in broader terms in the next game, it's just generally considered that that you did complete the quest line. Oftentimes when I play Skyrim, like, I haven't ever done this on stream, but like when I play Skyrim, I avoid the main quest like the plague, because I don't like having dragons spawned in, but that doesn't necessarily mean that my recommendation to you is don't play the main quest, you know? I think unofficially Kirkbride refutes that the hero of Kvatch is Sheogorath. Yeah, I believe that they said that that was never the intention when they wrote that storyline in, but it's kind of become an ingrained thing in the community. Wonder how the numerology of the Orbis changes now that there are like 18 princes. That is going to be what the video's about, that we're doing this whole thing for. As a matter of fact, I don't think Jigalag counts as being an extra prince with a plane, because the Shivering Isles was his plane. So now that he doesn't have that plane, he's just sort of like a planeless prince. I think specifically he says that he's going to roam the realms of Oblivion and just like chill out, which is pretty cool.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
But yeah, Athelia is the main reason that I think that there's an issue with having more princes, because she has, I think it's called Mirrormore, right? That's her realm.
Outworlder!
We need you!
Empty. Empty.
Yep, not interested. Sorry. But if Athelia is supposedly this prince that, you know, predates whatever, she's had a realm for a really long time, that would mean that at one point there were 17 realms, and that sort of does disrupt the cosmology of the universe. We literally did not need Athelia when we had like 16, 17 princes. Yeah, I totally agree. I think she was a totally unnecessary thing to add into the mix. Especially when we have characters like Peryite, who, I mean, good for him that he's in this DLC, but we have characters like Peryite and like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of another Daedric prince. I guess like Vermina too, that you could have expanded upon more. Or Namira or something like that. Like, this is, it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys play a lot of like hero shooters or hero type games, or even like For Honor, which I like. But any game that has like consistently added characters, you reach a point where it's like Rainbow Six Siege. You reach a point where there's too many new characters being added and they start to overlap. And the devs should just focus on making the characters that are in the game the best characters they can be. But for some reason, and the reason is money, devs often don't choose to just update and fix the kits of old characters. They decide to release new characters, because that's what gets people back in. So, yeah. You could have expanded upon the other Daedric princes, is basically my point here, and given them more lore and tweaked their lore instead of coming up with a new prince and coming up with new lore altogether. Couldn't Miramor be an aspect or subsection of Apocrypha, like how Deadlights must have been another plane of Oblivion before being conquered by Dagon? I mean, potentially. We don't know. To me, I just don't trust anything that ZeniMax or Bethesda do inherently, because I'm just, I'm kind of a hater like that. So when I see them make a mistake like this, I do not give them the benefit of the doubt anymore. I used to when I was younger. I used to be like, oh, well, you know, maybe it's like this for a reason. And it's like, no, that's probably not. They probably just made a mistake. I think the idea of introducing a new Daedric prince is cool, but they just did not do it well. Yeah, I think that you could have added a new Daedric prince easily. You just have to write it well. Like, the way that they did Jigalag was really, really smart, I think. Very well constructed plotline to get a new prince into the mix. We ever seen Peryite's Quagmire? It's in Woad Island.
Side by side.
You have an intelligent look.
That's a good joke. We are told ESO is canon, but man, ESO itself makes it hard to stomach. It makes it hard to stomach that, so I get why people refuse to acknowledge it. Yeah.
In life, I came here often.
Over here, Proxy.
I mean, we are reaching a critical mass with Elder Scrolls Online, where every single year, it gets harder and harder to just pretend this game isn't real, you know?
I trust your trip through the Endless Library was not too unsettling. The winding paths of Apocrypha can prove troubling to those unfamiliar with its preternature. Cypher's Midden contains a wellspring of knowledge. Shall we begin our research?
How are we going to find anything useful in all of these books?
The ciphers of the Eye offer hospitality and refuge to mortals who arrive in Apocrypha, whether purposefully or by accident. However, I am reluctant to involve them in this endeavor. Fortunately, I have my own methods for conducting research.
Okay.
The contents of these stacks change from moment to moment, such as the nature of this realm's thirst for knowledge. I can prepare a spell scroll for each of us. As you search, it will dredge up anything related. All research requires parameters. This spell should locate information. Scour the stacks, Proxy. The magicka
Okay. I pre-read all that stuff. It was boring, and this is, I think, just a throwaway middle quest. There's 9 quests in this realm, I believe. Yeah, so every once in a while, you gotta throw in just a whatever quest, and I feel like this is our whatever quest where we're finding research.
This stack might contain something important.
Maybe. What a disconcerting feeling. One day everything is fine, the next, worry and anxiety fill your every waking moment, and you're certain something is missing. Something important. Something vital. I am experiencing that now. I feel as though something I knew intimately and completely yesterday vanished. Not a trace remains except for a vague dream. My work suffers. I've asked my fellow ciphers if they are experiencing the same sense of loss. They quickly look away, refusing to answer. I know this sounds insane, but I think reality has somehow changed. Someone or something has erased what was true and absolute just yesterday. And the worst part is, I have no idea what I lost. My superior has cautioned me against this, but I must speak directly to the Great Eye. If something altered reality, surely our master would want to be informed. Perhaps I'll even be rewarded for noticing this change.
An ancient tome describing lost memories, barely remembered. This stack looks promising. Too bad you only retrieved a few pages. It's burning up! Quickly, grab whatever remains!
Okay. Oh yeah, the Quagmire is Vermina's realm. Good catch, Duke. With so many people ascending to godhood, could be reasonable to have one ascending to Daedrahood? I mean, we kind of do that by mantling. Like, somebody said earlier that Daedra are not gods. I mean, that's true, but the Aedra are not really gods either, when you think about it. They're Aedra and Daedra. They were born of 2 very similar spirits, and for all intents and purposes, they have very similar powers. It's just a categorization issue. So really, like, the term gods is not incorrect when you talk about Daedra. They have, if you have the power of a god, what separates you from being a god at that point, you know? But it might not be the correct usage, like, if you're talking colloquially with people in Tamriel, but yeah. Meridia wasn't always a Daedra. I wonder how that works with the numerology thing. Like, does that mean there were once 15? Yes, and Malakath was once Trinimac, so that bumps us down to 14. So, this is the type of stuff that I'm working on for this video. How many original realms did we have? Was this something that anybody thought of in the first place? You know, there's a lot of questions that come up when it's like really discussing this whole cosmological idea of there being 16 gift limbs. So, yeah, just a little sneak peek into what's being cooked. When the Great Eye answered the prayers of the mortal, Prior Durdrin, and granted him the runes needed to craft a relic of Apocrypha, the fulcrum of... Wait, okay. I'm confused. This is cut off from the previous page, right? Because the book was burning, so... Okay, we're just picking up. When the Great Eye answered the prayers of the mortal, Prior Durdrin, and granted him the runes needed to craft a relic of Apocrypha, the fulcrum obscura. The Lord of Secrets imbued the runes with the power to locate and uncover secrets, no matter where they may hide, and the prior inscribed them on an ancient bone related to Necrom's history. Now, it is the opinion of this cipher that the Prince of Fate never intended for the mortal to retain the relic, nor was it meant to remain forever entombed within the catacombs of Necrom. I expect the Great Eye to retrieve the Fulcrum Obscura at some point, or grant it to another of the faithful when the time is right. Until then, allow me to record the miracles ascribed to the relic. For what other gift of Hermaeus Mora allows a devotee to locate a place desired or to reveal a secret of great importance. For example...
It's almost as though someone is eliminating these books the moment you find them. At least you recovered something.
How does the Allmaker from the Skull fit in with the Pantheon? The Allmaker is basically Anu. I believe is like the general interpretation of him.
What a mess. Have they no respect for the written word? Over here. See if that scroll Laramil gave you actually works.
The whole concept of Daedra means that some are inherently older than others, implying any that aren't Daedra are newer. Looking forward to hearing your investigation. Yeah, it's especially weird because ESO added... I think the only time we heard Daedra was in reference to...
promising.
Was in reference to Nocturnal for the longest time, and now I think...
Mess. Have they no respect for the written word?
Dude, relax. Yeah, I believe that Vermina has now been referred to as an Daedra, or maybe it was Mora.
The book crumbled to dust. Hopefully the pages you recovered contain something relevant.
Weren't all Daedra and Aedra just the Et Ada? And weren't they aforementioned to be many princes across the vastness of Oblivion? Yes. Yep. There are supposed to be multiple spirits. I mean, the Et Ada were not just the 8 divines and the 16 Daedric princes, so yeah, definitely interesting stuff. There's always been room, in theory, for there to be more princes added, but the way that they did it was definitely not the correct way. You also have the idea that Tamriel is itself the realm of Lorcan. Very true. And the more and more that I spiral into like my Mankar Cameron brain, the more I really, really, really want to believe that. The Daedric princes are all inherently older than the minor Daedra, aren't they? Since they created the minor Daedra? I believe that, yeah. I believe so. I don't think all the Daedra were made by the princes. Maybe not necessarily. They all could have maybe like, in the sense that Men and Myr are descendants of the Elnifei, which are, you know, the descendants of the Earthbone. Well, that's the same thing. But the Et Ada that sacrificed themselves. Maybe there was a similar process for the creation of some Oblivion planes. So there could be like descendants of Oblivion Earthbones that created Daedra. I don't know. Do Magnus and Magna Gi have a realm? The Magnus and the Magna Gi live in Aetherius now, so they could have a realm that we don't know about within Aetherius, because there are realms up there, as far as the term "up" can be used. But yeah, so there are little pocket realms of Aetherius. So Magnus probably has a realm. The Atronachs come from their own realms, don't they? But they don't seem to have their own princes. There is like a realm ascribed to be the realm of the Atronachs, I think. Or maybe there's separate realms for like Flame Atronachs and whatever. I believe they have their own realm ascribed to them. But yeah, it's not like they have a Daedric prince of Atronachs. Also possible that some Daedric realms are part of the previous worlds. Like the Hist is. Potentially. That's something that I'm not super well versed on, is like Kalpic cycles and stuff like that, so that could be cool to see. Be cool to be introduced. Is it like an all-elemental plane from D&D? Not sure, to be honest. The Allmaker being Anu would be wild, since the Skull claimed that Thartag, Alduin, is a shadow of the Allmaker, so two faces of the same coin. I could have my sources mixed up as well, but I believe that the Allmaker is considered to be, at the very least, like an Anu type of figure, but definitely look that up, because I could be wrong about that. I was researching the Allmaker for something recently. Recently being like within the past 6 months, but I feel like I remember seeing Anu come up. Okay, a place that exists inside a pocket realm of Apocrypha, the Infinite Panopticon serves as one of Hermaeus Mora's most secure repositories of secret knowledge. In addition to being hidden in a shifted dimension, the entrance to the Panopticon constantly moves. It never appears in the same location twice. Other defenses are rumored to protect the Panopticon, including shifting chambers and corridors, an army of the Hushed, and other guardians too powerful and obscure to describe accurately. What secret knowledge demands such precautions, you may ask? Only knowledge that the Great Eye considers too dangerous or too revealing to be trusted into anyone's care except his own. Legend claims that these secrets are stored in books and scrolls, in glyphics of specific design, or within fragments of Mora's own memory contained within his own free-floating eyes. It is said that spending too long within the Panopticon will drive the mortal mind insane. Okay, Scroot, where you at? There he at.
Another disturbance in the currents of fate, and what do I find? The Great Eye's mortal surrogate. Again. Once again, the water of fate ripples with unnatural disturbances. As if some huge clod tossed a rock into a still pond. And what huge clod do I find? As I explained on the mortal plane, I am tasked with aligning wrinkles in the annals of fate. Interesting. It would be good to know more about what the agents of Vermina and Periite seek in my master's realm. I was afraid of that. Whatever you're involved in may be beyond my jurisdiction. I suspect the secrets you hope to uncover fall under the direct protection of Apocrypha itself. The Great Eye has put precautions in place to keep them hidden.
What does that mean exactly?
It means you have been given an impossible task, and it may taint my otherwise spotless record. This is not good. Not good at all. Take whatever you learned and bring it to Larimel the Wise. Hopefully she can make sense of this conundrum.
Okay. Just a quick posture check for everybody. I am going to go get some water really quick, so I will be back. I'll set up a chair right here. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, water has been acquired. Alduin in-game was underwhelming compared to his lore. Underwhelming is putting it lightly. Alduin sucked in Skyrim. Like, we went from... Mankar Cameron had such a cool run-up to his boss fight, where he really, like, explains his philosophy to you. He's got books, like, he's got cultists, he's got a presence in the game. Alduin is a dragon that you see 4 times. You never have a direct conversation with, really. He talks at you at one point, but, like, you don't really get to interact with him. It's after you defeat him. At the Throat of the World. And every boss fight that you have with him, you actually don't have to fight him. You could theoretically just use Dragon Rend on him and have your companions that are with you kill him. Because the 2 fights that you do have with Alduin have forced companions with you. The first one is Paarthurnax. You're forced to do that fight with Paarthurnax there. And then the second one is
the Midden stacks have been reluctant to
Nord
yield
heroes
the
at the end of the
answers I
game.
had hoped
So you never really get to have a
Apocrypha
true
itself works against you.
1v1
But the
with
Great Eye
Alduin. You
certainly
never
had
talk
some
to him about his
Indeed.
philosophy
Show
or
me,
fate
Proxy.
or what he's doing. He's just a big bad evil guy. He sucks. Bethesda's never been good with boss fights. True.
Is it true? Were you able to successfully gather research on the relic, the rite, and the lost dream? Every time I thought I found something relevant, it crumbled or burned up before I could examine it.
Same, but I saved these pages concerning the relic, lost memories, and the infinite panopticon.
So you experienced something similar? As though the stacks were actively trying to keep the information hidden. Still, you managed to save some of the research. A reflection of your role as Fate's proxy, perhaps. Let me peruse these pages. This implies the relic was specifically created to reveal hidden secrets. Do these secrets pertain to the ancient cipher's report regarding the dream of a lost memory? And this last one... Could the enemy be seeking the infinite panopticon?
Probably.
Only one of Hermaeus Mora's most secure repositories of secret knowledge. It exists within a pocket realm of Apocrypha, but the entrance constantly shifts locations. Of course! They must be using the Fulcrum Obscura to reach the panopticon.
This is a hindsight cope. He was weaker because he disobeyed his purpose and wanted to rule rather than destroy. I mean, yeah, you can definitely make that argument.
You and Gadain must use the part of the relic you possess to do the same as the enemy. Locate the entrance to the panopticon. There are cairns throughout the realm. Sprinkle this dust of conjunction on 3 of them, then let Gadain apply the relic. Applying the dust to the 3 cairns I marked on your map will form a matrix of magicka. Gadain shall use the relic on each. Then I can perform a ritual to locate the panopticon's entrance. I shall also give Gadain a gift. Something to protect him.
A gift?
A charm that will provide Gadain with some measure of safety as you travel through Apocrypha. Please keep him safe, Proxy. Even with the charm, he seems overly fragile. Each cairn should glow after the successful application of dust and relic.
Okay, I'll watch out for him. Are you certain this will work?
Research is often a series of trials and errors.
Okay.
Gadain, take this charm. It shall mark you as my guest in Apocrypha and keep you safe.
That's most thoughtful, Laramil. Thank you.
The infinite panopticon is kept hidden for a good reason, Laramil.
Which is why we must locate it and protect it from the enemy.
This is the sort of quandary that makes my tentacles twitch.
Okay. Where are we off to? Activate the Cairns. Alright. I like to think canonically the Dragonborn was just a pro at alchemy and only beat Alduin through huffing those Fortify Restoration potions. Could be. I would love to see a canon interpretation of what the devs think the Dragonborn was like. You know? Be interesting. Maybe not a canon interpretation, but a interpretation. You could always do like a
Do you think
Dark
Laramil
Souls
has read
3
all these books?
Soul of Cinder type thing. Ooh, advanced chest. Okay.
I suppose I just need to hold the relic out like so. It almost feels alive in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
It worked. Look how it glows.
Okay.
Very smart. Laramil's tapping into the realm's currents of fate to find the Panopticon.
I don't quite get what a current of fate is yet, but I think it's just some gobbledygook. And that's okay.
Laramil's amulet can protect us both.
The Sigic Order is boring.
Give me a moment to focus the Fulcrum Obscura.
How the fuck does fate have a current?
Get
Yeah,
off
I
my
don't.
feet.
I don't know. I have a feeling it will not be explained.
I know how dangerous this sort of ritual can be. Laramil's brave, I'll give her that.
Destiny is a river metaphor. Yeah, I mean, I get the metaphor
The
of like,
Keepers are never going to believe this.
you know,
Usually
a string of
misplace
fate
a relic,
or a
we
stream of
find it
fate or
behind
whatever,
it.
but
There's the final can.
literally having it be like a font of fate that we're having this guy cipher stuff from, or me being fate's chosen, or you know, whatever. It's kind of. It feels very like, you know how people have a problem with
Stand close and let me shield you.
how in Skyrim you're like the chosen one. It very much feels like I just happen to be the chosen one. I don't like this Gadain guy either. He has not done a single thing to make me like him. And he's just along with us on the mission because this chick said that the stream of fate had chosen him or something. Yeah, it's very tacky. Agreed.
Oh my, it wriggled in my hand.
Oh.
All done. Let's return to Laramil's study and let her know she can proceed.
Okay. I'm gonna fit fast travel back here. Being the chosen one is boring. Anti-roleplay. Yeah. How would you rank the DLC? Honestly, like, it hasn't been super impressing me so far. I like the areas a lot, but DLC hasn't been impressing me. It's been okay. At this point, the vestige is the chosen one squared. Yeah, cubed.
The cans have been activated, Laramil.
Well done. Now, to complete the ritual. I feel the ebb and flow of Apocrypha. Some guide me, others try to.
Oh, Laramil, do be careful.
I told you. Apocrypha doesn't give up its secrets without a price.
Got it!
Skyrim was terribly rushed, or it feels so? Do you mean in terms of like pacing or story, or just like that it's buggy, like development-wise?
Curate Gidane's concern is appreciated but unwarranted, Proxy. I have been sifting through Apocrypha's secrets long enough to know my limits. And the ritual performed just as I hoped it would. Still, I could use a moment to regain my strength.
So you located the hidden entrance to the Infinite Panopticon.
The ritual directed me to the desolate northwest reaches of the Chroma Incognito. I sensed the entrance we seek there, as well as the other half of the Fulcrum Obscura. Our enemy must have also located the entrance, or is close to doing so.
What should we do?
Let me mark the location on your map. Go quickly, Proxy. I shall follow and meet you there after I make sure Curate Gidane gets back to Nirn safely.
The story mainly and some side quests? Yeah, I would totally agree. The story of Skyrim is very rushed. Like, it's pretty short, all things considered, and I don't know. It feels like the last 3 quests of that game are very rushed. Like, you just decide at the council to trap Odahviing. Then you ride Odahviing to defeat Alduin. Like, I don't know. I feel like it kind of makes a jump at some point in what you're doing. Skyrim's main quest is at least better than the companion's questline. True, if we're comparing Skyrim quests. I've heard they intended to have the Civil War be the main questline, then realized the older gen consoles couldn't handle it, so they changed courses and ended up with dragons. Yep, Uriel Septim V almost showed up instead of Alduin. And that, in hindsight, sounds really cool.
Go to the northwest region of the Chroma Incognito and see what you can find, Proxy. I shall catch up with you in due course.
Yep.
Scroot, please make sure Curate Gidane...
Okay, if I hear Curate Gidane one more time, I'm gonna blow my brains out. Why are we obsessed with this guy? He was the guard at the necropolis. He has not done a single thing yet. Why did we bring him in here if he was going to be a liability? Yeah, no Caius Casades being like, go get a job. He's just like my dad, for real. I saw theories about dragons from Akavir returning with an invasion when Skyrim was announced, so I had a bit of a ha moment with the dragon cult stuff. Yeah. No, it would have been really cool to have seen Uriel V come back. Chthonic Landing. Or Chthonic Landing.
By all the tomes of Apocrypha, we found the entrance to the Infinite Panopticon. The ritual worked, Proxy. We located the entrance to the Infinite Panopticon. At least, until it moves again. Let us head inside and try to stop the hidden kindred from locating the secret they seek. I know not which of our enemies have entered the Panopticon, but the ritual latched onto both the hidden entrance and the other half of the Fulcrum Obscura. They must have used the relic to find this place, not unlike how we did it.
Let's hope they properly finish Test 6 main quest. We waiting forever. It's the least they could do. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we've been waiting forever, but it's not like they've been working on Elder Scrolls 6 the whole time. For forever, they've only been working on 6 for like 3-ish years, I want to say. Because Starfield came out when? 2021? 22? I can't even remember. Was it 23 when that game came out? I can't even remember. It had so many different announcement dates. Because originally it was coming out 11/11/21. And then they pushed it back. And then I think they pushed it back again. So I can't even remember when it came out at this point. But you know, they had to finish, yeah, 23 for Starfield. That's crazy. Yeah, they had to finish Starfield before they could start working on Elder Scrolls 6 in earnest, you know, so we'll see how it turns out. At least Test 6 doesn't have an 11-11-11 to be cut off by. Yeah, true. So afraid Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be Starfield but fantasy, i.e. only Radiant quests and loading screens. Yeah, and randomized loot and do-it-yourself type of city building. I can't wait. What should we expect once we enter the Infinite Panopticon?
Legends say the Panopticon is an endless labyrinth of rooms and passages, but nothing inside conforms to reality as we know it. It protects some of Hermaeus Mora's most precious secrets, and powerful guardians roam its lengths. Shall we proceed?
Yep.
Prepare yourself, Proxy.
Cool.
We should...
See, I know that it's getting bad with this DLC where I'm skipping dialogue now. I'm like, get to the point.
We have entered the Infinite Panopticon. But where are the catalogers?
That hunger isn't native to
Stendarr, protect us from harm.
See how it shifts between the layers of reality? Attack while it's shifted, and its energy can power my ghost sight. I focused my ghost sight can defeat this enemy.
I don't think we need your ghost sight.
Not bad.
What do you say to some
But without my
celebratory
ghost
speech?
sight, you probably wouldn't have survived that.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Careful, Proxy. I sense corruption in the air.
Right. This you destroyed one sensor of corruption, but I sensed more above us.
For High Isle.
What did you do, Proxy? The corruption has lessened, but it persists.
What do you say to some celebratory sweets?
Can't wait for the Skyrim conversion mod, so Test 6. Just another re-release. I mean, they've got to open it on a carriage saying, hey, you,
The
right?
currents of fate shall revitalize you.
Use my ghost sight. There's something nearby. Another sensor destroyed. Without my ghost sight, you'd never find them.
Yeah, Ghost Sight
Well
sounds
done.
like
The corruption
it sounds like a
foe
Ben 10
weakens.
alien. It doesn't sound like something that should be in this game. You know? That's what I mean when I say that this game is written for third graders. Like, use my ghost sight. Have you liked Necrom so far? It's been okay. It's been okay. It's definitely a little bit childish. Are you hyped for the potential Oblivion remake? I think it'll be a net positive to see Oblivion remade and to see how they're doing things. Because it's not going to be Bethesda that like has made the remake. Okay, buddy, I used your ghost sight. But yeah, it'll be cool to see Oblivion in the Unreal Engine. I think that's going to be the best thing here. The dialogue writers are not great. Yeah, that's really my main problem. Well, one of my main problems with ESO is that the dialogue is consistently pretty horrible. Okay, ghost sight. Oh, there's an upper layer. Ah, there it is. Okay.
Let the threads of fate restore your strength.
Oh, maybe not. Thought I saw it.
Any battle we can walk away from, eh?
I detect one more sensor to destroy. Use my ghost sight.
Another Daedra banished
That
from
was
this
the
realm.
last sensor. The corruption should clear on its own now.
Ghost sight
Whatever
actually
you
just the
did,
power
I
of
sense the
friendship. Yeah.
corruption fading away. Let us talk.
My theory is Test 6 is going to be about the rebellion in Hammerfell. They've waited so long to make it. With ship mechanics and naval combat as a focus. I heard that the ship combat and naval focus was like... I heard about that rumor years ago, but I've never seen it substantiated. So, oh, decline. So, I don't know. I genuinely, if it has boats in it, I am so much more worried about Elder Scrolls 6. And I'm already someone who thinks it's going to be bad. But if it has boats in it, I think it's going to be a shitstorm. Truly. Bethesda doesn't know how to make horses, guys. They didn't know how to make ships in Starfield, in space. Or, genuinely, it should be easy to make ship combat. Because you're just in an open void. Imagine how they're going to program boats that have to interact with the physics of water 100% of the time. That's going to be a nightmare. So, if there's ships or naval combat in Elder Scrolls 6, we're so cooked. We are so cooked. I can only see a little bit of chat right now, unfortunately. They should hire whoever did the ships in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. The Black Flag ship play is great. Or tilting is old news. Ship tilting is the new meta. Yeah, just like if you save your game as you're riding up a wave on a ship, and then you look back, your ship just flies into the stratosphere. One of the first rumors I heard about 6 was that it was going to be a continuation of the Thalmor plotline, but that rumor is so old. Well, it kind of has to be. You wouldn't spend... Like, the Thalmor do nothing in Skyrim, to be honest with you. They really are, like, talked up a lot, and they're a threat, but they're not even involved with the main quest, really. I mean, Delphine's paranoid about them, but that's, like, setup. Everything with the Thalmor is basically set up. It's setting up the next big conflict. So if they don't use the Thalmor, like... I think the Thalmor kind of have to be the bad guy in the next game. If they're not, I don't know what they're going to do. They would have just wasted all of our time with a pointless organization. Game is still going to sell, so why not make it something very well written? Not everything has to be McDonald's gaming. Well, yeah, that would be great if they decided to up their writing. Let me scroll back in chat for a second. Oh, become skeptical of the remake being real. Yeah, I mean, they did say that there were... The Oblivion map was showed today during the ESO Direct, so it's kind of like the shadow drop thing that's been leaked and rumored. I think that's all that I super missed. Okay.
Whatever you did, it worked. The corruption dissipates even as we speak. According to Blightcrown's notes, they are using the corruption as some sort of method to avoid detection. Is that how they plan to elude the gaze of the one who knows?
Do you understand what Blightcrown's corruption is doing?
I believe so. He has somehow combined the power of dream with the power of pestilence to shift between the layers of this reality. They are here, but not here. Effectively hidden from the all-seeing gaze of Hermaeus Mora.
Duke, yes, exactly that. That's I've been hoping that for years. That's why when Starfield was coming out, I've been a hater of Starfield since day one. Since I saw the trailer, I'm like, this is gonna suck. And I was just genuinely hating on it for years before it even came out. So my main reason for that, though, I was like, I wanted it to be bad because the last time that they were in a shitstorm, like you said, they made Morrowind. So like I feel like they might need to feel that pressure in order to make something good. However, you know, their track record's not great. So we'll see. And they also have Microsoft to kind of protect them. But yeah, I don't know. The Test 6, the Dragonborn, may or may not have destroyed the Thalmor. Also, there are Thalmor here, but it's not clear if they're the real ones or remnants. I hope to God they don't do that. We need a genuine, like, conclusion to something in this series. We need a Water Daedric Prince, Lord of the Drag. That'd be funny. It is funny, like the, you know, like the brain expansion meme. It's like there's no Prince of Water or like Deity of Water because of this, because of that, and then the final brain expansion is just Kirkbride forgot. I like ESO, but I hope Elder Scrolls 6 is nothing like that. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yes, Dark Duds, bring Jigalag back. I don't know why my boy has been sidelined. Like, if they didn't want to spoil the ending of the Shivering Isles or something like that, that doesn't even make sense. Just bring my boy Jigalag back. He's so cool.
The power of the ritual we use to locate the Panopticon lingers. We can use it to focus on the portion of the Fulcrum Obscura that Torvasad and Blightcrown carry. We can follow its trail directly to them.
Okay.
I shall concentrate the residual power of my ritual into a final tracking spell. Follow where the energy leads. They carry the Fulcrum Obscura through this... Hermaeus Mora has set a guardian gaze to protect the way ahead. We must divert its attention to cross the chamber. A Periite rune, reeking of disease. Is this how they just... Activating the rune got the
Guardian's vision is similar to my ghost sight.
The ghost
Nothing escapes its notice.
Find and activate the remaining runes, Proxy. Look, another rune. The Guardian appears rattled by those Periite runes. The Guardian is distracted. Now, through the portal to the north.
You could honestly retcon and add new Daedric Princes whenever they want. I read some Todd Howard post, and I'm so irritated that I didn't archive it, because it was on a UESP page somewhere, and I wanted to bring this up at some point. But there was something that Todd said about, like, about a decision they made, and then he was like, yeah, but, you know, we were just thinking about maybe retconning that later, or whatever, and it's like, that's just their philosophy.
This eye contains the memory of the dream we seek.
Then let's get this over with. I can't hide us between the layers of reality much longer.
Ah, fate's mortals. I have no wish to harm you. Turn back and let us finish what we started.
Yeah, saying cheese over and over again is really funny and totally not character assassination.
Forbidden memories.
Cheese for everyone. If I had 3 wishes from a genie, I would make one of them
there.
That Sheogorath never said that
Between
line.
the energy here and Blightcrown's manipulation of reality, Lyramil's portal could behave erratically. I knew it. Were not what Lyramil intended, and now she's missing. Spellcasting should be left, and look above us. The Eye of Mora, Lyramil's portal, deposited us on the ceiling. moving through the portals.
I've touched on this before, but there always seems to be a big Daedric DLC in the main games. Jiggalag would be a good candidate as a DLC focus. The only reason that I disagree is because he started as a DLC character. Why not invite him into the main game? Let him play with the big kids now. You know, get him into the main lore. But I also would not mind an entire DLC focused around Jiggalag.
There are none left to stand against us.
Traversing different layers of reality is disconcerting. Quick, into that portal!
Bethesda's too big to fail, unfortunately, and the OG writers are gone, so there's no incentive monetarily or passionately for effort. Tess is low-key doomed, but we can dream. I think, like,
if this one doesn't get us,
I don't know if they're too big to
I'm
fail,
going
to
to
be
start
honest.
making things explode.
I don't know if they're too big to fail.
The Eye of Mora on the walkway above us.
You know, this... I think it's the characters in this DLC that I don't like more than anything else.
The Eye of Mora. With or without Lyrimir, you need to go in after Blightcrown and Torvasar.
This mouth guy is... he's talking. Mouthless.
Enter the focus point.
I have to kill these, dude. Oh my god. This fucking character, dude. Holy shit. Doesn't stop talking.
You're as transparent as I am. And look, there's Torvasar.
We're in a memory of Hermaeus Mora, mortal. Here, no harm may befall us. I suggest we use this opportunity to confer.
Okay.
When dealing with matters of fate, meetings such as this are inevitable. Know that I am Torvasard, and know that we need not be adversaries in these matters. I simply seek an ancient dream, barely remembered. Lost knowledge, nothing more.
The knowledge you seek can destroy reality, dude.
Is that what Hermaeus Mora and his high elf lackey told you? Can you imagine any revelation that possesses such power? No. This is about keeping secrets, hoarding knowledge, stealing memories. Hermaeus Mora, the great miser of oblivion.
Then tell me more about this knowledge you seek. Even though he literally just told me he doesn't know.
All I have is fragments of a dream. Even Vermina could not help me recall it. But we remembered enough to get us this far. Hermaeus Mora stole this knowledge from us. I do not wish to harm you, mortal. To harm anyone. But I will learn the truth.
And where's Blightcrown? Why are you working with Peryite's priest?
The pompous mortal riddled with disease. The memory rejected him. We entered together, but I stand here, alone. Except for you. But worry not for Peryite's priest. Blightcrown has skills. It should be a simple matter for him to return to Nirn.
So what now, Torvasard?
I will continue my search. You, however, should turn back. Wandering the memories of a Daedric prince is dangerous for one such as I. For you, such a journey will most likely prove fatal. I would hate to see Fate's Chosen reach such an ignoble end.
I don't know if I've ever told you guys this, but this was my dream. Like, when I was a kid, I always thought that I would go to Bethesda and pitch this idea to them one day, and it would be like the best Elder Scrolls game ever. And obviously, as I grew older, I just sort of hate them now. But my idea for Elder Scrolls 6 was one where you actually play as a Dremora at the beginning of the game, and you would choose fealty. You'd swear fealty to a Daedric prince at the beginning of the game. Or I guess the way that I thought of it is that you could choose to be a Dremora of any Daedric prince that you wanted. And depending on what Daedric Prince you chose at the beginning of the game, it would have like a vastly different story. And you would play through all these Daedric Prince's plot lines and whatever. Obviously, this game is too complicated to actually happen, because you'd have to write so many different intertwining plot lines with all 16, 17, 18 Daedric Princes. But I always liked that idea of, instead of playing on Nirn, playing in Oblivion for once.
Heed my words, mortal.
If I learned anything as a Telvanni Magister, it's this. When a Dremora tells you to go right, you go left. Let's see what this memory contains.
Yes, far too creative for Bethesda at this point.
Prince Vermina's pet Dremora clan.
The Oblivion soundtrack does go insane, doesn't it? One of the biggest things that, like, I remember this being a big moment for me, like, conceptualizing the differences between the previous Elder Scrolls games and Skyrim. When I was in college, my roommate and I, we played through, well, he'd never played through Oblivion, and, come on.
Step in to use my ghost sight.
Oh my god.
Strike true.
Fucking ghost sight, dude. My friend had never played through Oblivion, and so I convinced him to play it. He played it on his laptop and connected the monitor with an HDMI cord to our big screen TV, and then he would play it in the living room through that, and I would just sort of like talk him through the game and shit. And when we first booted up the game, there was that whole cutscene with Uriel Septim, narrating over the game, and then it zooms into the prison and the music goes crazy. And my friend, like, he looked at me and he was like, dude, why does Skyrim not have that? And I just really thought about it for a second, and I was like, yeah, every single Elder Scrolls game, I can't remember.
You will forget this ever happened. Everyone will. It is the only way to preserve reality.
Damn you, Mora! Damn! No!
Oh shit, that was Vermina.
A spell to make all of reality forget. I can barely imagine. Come on. We need to find Torvasad.
My bad. I was looking at the blue people. I didn't even notice Vermina there. But anyway, to get back to my story, before I was so rudely interrupted. Every single Elder Scrolls game has like a kick-ass cutscene before you play the game, and Skyrim starts you on a carriage bound and gagged. It's like, I don't know. And like recently, having played, like games from more modern ages, like Elden Ring has an insane cutscene that goes crazy. What am I thinking of? Baldur's Gate 3 has a crazy intro cutscene, like something that really gets you hyped and like sucked into the game immediately. I would love to see that again in
I suggest you defend yourself.
In a Bethesda product.
Prince of dreams and nightmares.
Elden Ring music drop is crazy. Oh, it goes so hard.
Destroy the heretic.
I've actually been meaning to play Elden Ring
I'm with you, my
soon.
friend.
Maybe before Night Rain comes out, I'll
You're
play
always striving to learn something
Elden
new.
Ring.
One of my favorite things about writing.
I like the beginning of Skyrim. The beginning of Skyrim is not bad. I just think that like they didn't have to do it in engine.
This forbidden memory. No! What have you done? Flee while you can, transgressor. Your reckless actions threaten all of reality. This memory is changed. Chosen, speak with me.
Yeah, I'm still not a fan of the cadence of Hermaeus Mora in this game. To be fair, I think Skyrim works being in medias res with the epic moment. No, I'm not saying that Skyrim's intro is bad. I just think on top of it, you could have had a lore explanation or something of like what the fuck is going on with the Elder Scrolls franchise. Because a lot of people, I think we spoke about this the last stream, a couple of us, like a lot of people don't realize how weird Elder Scrolls is. You know, a lot of the weirder lore and stuff is more obscured. So you could have had an intro being like, hey, we're in a world with Daedra and this and that. And I don't know. Could have set the scene a little bit in the intro. But yeah, I mean, Skyrim's intro is totally fine. I would just like a cool, I don't know, more curated cutscene, I guess.
I erased all evidence of this moment, and of the events that led to the loathsome action I was forced to perform. But I could not strip it from my own memory. And now that misstep has borne bitter fruit. What did the Dremora tell you, Chosen?
Torvasard said you hoard secrets, that you stole memories from him and Vermina. From everyone.
Torvasard spoke true. Forbidden knowledge and secrets are my prime concern. Much of what I hoard serves to protect all the realms of existence. This particular secret, however, must stay forgotten. Even this slight recollection threatens reality.
I just hate how stupid the Skyrim intro makes the Imperials look. Yeah, preach. They set you up hating the Empire, and I fell for it even knowing the prior games, but I found the Stormcloaks worse. Yeah, it's a very slanted intro. When really, it's not the Empire that you should be mad at, it's that one Imperial captain, but everybody blames the entire Empire for it. Even though Hadvar is like, hey, this is not correct. So you said this memory changed?
Torvasard found a way to slip past the eyes that see all and entered a memory he should have had no ability to access. And yet, here we are. He restored that which I destroyed. And now this recollection is no longer forgotten.
And this will cause reality to unravel?
The threads fray, but have not yet snapped. Torvasard and my enemies recall a fraction of the memory, but the most devastating secret remains locked away. Return to your allies. The situation can still be salvaged if you and Laramil work together. Use this portal and return to Laramil's study. We will talk again soon.
There you are. I was afraid you might have been lost in the void after my portal fractured. When the opportunity to enter a place of forbidden knowledge was snatched from me, the frustration was nearly overwhelming. Oh, well. Tell me what you saw inside the memory, Proxy.
Oh, I met Torvasard and we saw Hermaeus Mora remove a memory from Vermina and all of reality.
Ah, the event that began this cavalcade of fate. Of course, such drastic measures must have been taken for good reason. The one who knows keeps referring to the unraveling of reality if we fail in our efforts. What else did you experience?
Torvasard altered the memory. He restored the Vermina statue that Mora shattered to cast his spell.
With that level of power, Torvasard is clearly more than your average Dremora. Much more. Does that mean the secret has been remembered? Have we failed? Shall reality begin unraveling all around us?
Yeah, I would agree, Lorcan. I think that I don't really think the Empire of the Fourth Era is, like, presented as being super imperialistic or anything. Really, they're just fighting to survive. So, yeah. Doesn't sound like he has a tentacle mustache in this. Yeah, I know. It's a shame. His voice is really fucked up in this. Making the Empire look bad was probably intentional. Yeah. It could have been. Mora told me that the Fates threads have been frayed, but we can still save Apocrypha and Nirn.
Then only some of the lost memory has been restored. The most dangerous portion of the secret must still be hidden. Very well. If you plan to honor your contract and still want to help save Apocrypha and Nirn, I shall assist you as best I can.
The Mede's only issue is losing the Great War, which is hard to blame them for. Yeah, totally. I think the Mede Empire is actually really interesting. I wish we knew more about the in-betweens, though, because we know Titus, we know Atribus Mede, and we know Titus Mede II. I don't think we know anyone other than those. And there's some out-of-lore statements about Titus's kids, I think, or someone's kids. But yeah. Why do you think Bethesda tends to do least worst choices? Very similar in Fallout 4. No option is good. Oh, like to side with? I think that, like... I mean, in Skyrim, I do think that the Imperials are typically better than the Stormcloaks. I do like what the Stormcloaks are fighting for, but I think the Imperials are, like... If you had to grade them correctly, I think the Imperials are, like, the correct choice for the salvation of the Empire and of men. Because if the Empire falls, then the Thalmor are just going to take over Cyrodiil, and then they'll take over Skyrim, and it's not going to be good. But yeah, I like Pillars of Eternity does that super well, where they make you side with factions that are typically always impure to an extent. Like they have some semblance of something wrong with them, where there's not really a good choice in any of those games either. And it kind of makes you realize that working together with people is hard, but it's sometimes necessary. Wrong, Gortwog is clearly the correct choice in Daggerfall. Agreed. And yeah, I mean, if every faction clearly had like a good guy or a bad guy, it wouldn't be as interesting. So you got to have some moral gray ground somewhere. Talos, the Breton god imperial icon for the Nords. Yep. And realistically, if we go by real-world history, as the Empire is based on the Romans, even as a fading Empire, the Empire should be wiping the floor with the disorganized Stormcloaks, and they do until the dragon attack. Yeah, I mean, they do have the Stormcloaks captured, and they're not gonna... Well, they're gonna execute Ulfric right there, so... Yes, and most of the army is not in Skyrim. Yeah, it's just Tullius and his command there. Hermaeus Mora said we could still save reality if we work together.
I would have it no other way, Proxy. We followed Hermaeus Mora's enemies from one end of Apocrypha to the other, and we learned what they seek. You have done well, and the one who knows wants to reward your efforts. Take this. Then we shall see.
Okay.
What you described. How could Torvasad change a memory of Hermaeus Mora? How could he alter what happened so long ago? Such a power should not exist. This sensation, bafflement. I do not care for it.
Hermaeus Mora said we can still save reality if we work together, which I think I literally just read, and they copy-pasted that line into the next quest.
Torvasad has allies as well. Master Shell Rennie, Vermina, and Periite. Blightcrown and the hidden kindred cultists. They seek to restore memories stolen from them by Hermaeus Mora. And from what you saw, Torvasad has started the restoration process.
Okay, Apocrypha seems intent on even keeping us from learning too much about all this.
Yes, most puzzling. Torvasad's next step must involve the right Master Shell Rennie seeks to draw from Meln's Black Book. Return to Necrom and find Curate Gadain. See what Shell Rennie is up to. Meanwhile, I have other inquiries I wish to explore.
Okay. Return to Necrom and rendezvous with Curate Gadain.
Remember, as long as Shell Rennie possesses the Black Book, she can complete her rite. If they fully unlock this forgotten secret, Multiple realms are doomed. I shall meet you at the bookshop in Necrom after I complete my investigations. This portal will return you to Necrom, Proxy.
Master Shirley murdered me to avoid the scrutiny of the Assembly of Masters. What else might she do to further her end?
Tullius' issue is that he refuses to learn the simple basics of the culture he's ruling over / protecting. He does come off as an asshole in a couple moments.
I recognize that wrinkle in the fabric of fate.
Oh.
I hoped Laramil would be with you. We have news.
Okay.
Scroot and I uncovered the most interesting news. The Assembly of Masters learned of Master Shelreni's recent activities and has called for a conclave. They plan to strip her of her rank and expel her from the house.
Oh, man. Honestly, I might call it here. We only got... Actually, we're very close to... Well, not very close. We're 4 quests away. But I think I will call it here, and we can pick this up, honestly, probably tomorrow. Finish up Necrom, and then I will have to buy the Gold Road chapter, but we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, so we'll finish all this stuff up in the next couple of things. But I am getting tired. I have to be to work tomorrow, and it's almost 10 o'clock. So I think before we get too far into the weeds with this quest, I will just kind of call it here. What kind of house Telvanni is this? Why do they care what this one Telvanni did? It might have to do with the fabric of reality breaking or something like that. I don't know. But true, they should be more chill about it. But yeah, it was a fun stream. Thank you everyone for coming out. And join the Discord. Keep notifications on if you want to be notified about the next stream. Peace out, and I will talk to you guys later.